Here, present.
Your dessert.
I know, I took it and I gave it.
Oh, did you? I was wondering. It's like, man, Michael pissed somebody off.
Why? Yep. You can switch with someone, I guess. I think we're ready, yeah? Well, good morning and welcome to the Fort Worth City Council retreat. To all the staff, and importantly, let's start with thanking the beautiful convention center for breakfast this morning and the staff. Thank you, Mike, and your entire team. Now, Councilwoman Beck says that diabetes sets in immediately if you try the coffee because it's so sweet. So if you need a pick-me-up at some point, that's what you need to go try, apparently. So I'll just kick us off with welcoming remarks, and then we'll turn it over to David Cook to introduce Hillary and the team at SGR. Thank you for being so diligent about trying to chase us down, each council member, to make sure you had in mind what we wanted today to be about. I think our number one focus today is to be visionary, to think really big about where Fort Worth is now, but importantly, where we want it to be in the future, and have conversations at this table that many of us will not be in leadership when these dreams come to fruition, but we started that process together. And I know that several of us around the table have been a part of these, maybe sitting at this seat or in the seats out here in the audience, but I know that Mayor Pro Tem Bivens and of course Councilman Flores have been a part of these before as well, much longer. This is an opportunity for us to really come together and think differently. And I will end with a quote from Malcolm Gladwell. If you've read Gladwell, you'll understand why. That the visionary starts with a clean sheet of paper and reimagines the world. So let's think today about what each of you want, not just for your districts, but for all the amazing people that live in Fort Worth and will live here into the future, and really push ourselves to be visionaries today. And with that, I'll turn it over to David Cook.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think it's appropriate that we're in this room. And behind these folks over here is where the new law school is going to be. And you can picture two other A&M buildings that'll be, let's just say, more than 10 stories each. A new convention center hotel with 1,000 rooms right over here, and that street that's a little crooked, when you look out the window, will be completely straight, and all this building will be changed too. Huh? That's it. And that'll take time and a lot of money, but all that is in motion. And I think you're aware that A&M had an announcement yesterday. They've increased the law school budget from 85 to 150 million, and the new law school will be 9 floors instead of 4. So they essentially doubled the budget and size of the building. So pretty cool. That's just for starters. But I do want to thank everybody for time. I think time is valuable, and spending a day together to talk about the vision for the future is incredibly important. It's important for the city. It's important for the currently 950,000 residents and growing. And so I just want to thank everybody for the time, and it is important work that we'll be doing today. And we've asked SGR, Ron Hollyfield and Hillary Shine, to help us get through the day in a fun way, in a productive way. I've known Ron for I don't know how many years. Ron's one of those guys you call when you've banged your head against the wall multiple times and you need either some comic relief or some crazy ideas just to get you in motion again. So I've leaned on Ron over the years, and so thank you, Ron, for one, your work, and two, your friendship. And Hillary, I've been told, is a legend in the field. Who told me that? Renee Tejas told me that. So, actually, we're glad to have you. I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to you guys to get us going. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Hillary Shine, and I am your tour guide for the day. Actually, I'm your facilitator. So what you should know about me is I spent 20 years in city government, primarily in communications, but also dealing with these types of issues in a growing community. I was in Killeen for those 20 years, so 2 hours south of here, and a challenging, but I'm very proud to be from that community and to have served it for that long. But now I've transitioned into this role with SGR, and so it is my goal today to help you think big, dream big, because ultimately the council holds in their hands today the future of this city. That's a huge responsibility that you all carry every day, and you've got constant pressure to deal with the little, the small stuff that's happening left and right, and so it leaves little time often for you to think big. So for you to have committed your time today to this and to really try to set this strategic course in motion is going to pay dividends, and just like the mayor said, it may not pay off today, but the work that you do today is going to pay off tomorrow, and I think everybody can rally around that cause. So with that, I'm just going to take you through kind of the course of the day. It's good to see all of you in person. I got to speak to all of you on the phone, and so we did a lot of the kind of nuts and bolts work before we got here, so we can spend our time primarily on, really honing in on what it is that we want as a council to achieve over the next 1 to 3 years, and what our strategic priorities are, so that there's clarity with staff as they start developing plans to act on your desires and wishes. Oh, that would help. So we've done the welcome. The plan of work today, you have your agenda. So basically this morning we're going to do a little bit of talk about governance and how that relates to vision setting and forming the plan for the future. Then we're going to move into the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, which we all did independently, but I have consolidated in a master list. So we'll walk through those and talk through what we think are the top on that list, and what we think we need to be most hypersensitive or aware of. And then we're going to take a break. You will get fed. So I'm not going to make you work through lunch. You will get to eat. And then we're going to come back and really look at those strategic priorities. And in talking with each of you independently, you all were saying the same things, big things. You were saying them differently from your perspective, from your district. So I think it'll be an interesting exercise for you to see what everybody else is saying as far as what our top strategic priorities are. And then we'll talk through how we set goals underneath those. So we'll really try to say, okay, overarching goals for policy level decisions would look like this, and we want to see your perspectives from your districts embedded in those. So we'll walk through that exercise and hopefully walk away today with some clarity that can be handed to staff so they can start planning toward those ends. So why are we here? It's because your vision's what will one day be. And if we're not saying this is what we want to be, then it's just happening. And so, a medical school doesn't just happen. There's thought, and there's planning, and there's work that goes into that. There's, strategy about, okay, well, if we located it here, well, where does parking go? Where does this go? Is the funding going to come through the legislature? There are all these moving parts, but the vision was we want to be available for some massive investment through a university system. This quote is, where there's no vision, there's no hope. That's a really heavy thought to think, where, your hopes and dreams are rooted in vision. This is what I believe my community should be. This is what I believe the people deserve that choose to call Fort Worth home, because they choose to call Fort Worth home. They're not here because they have to be. And so the responsibility you have in that to continue to provide an environment that they want to remain in and keep their families in and raise their families in is so important. And stepping back and saying, what is the vision for this community? What has gotten us to this point, and what will take us to the future is really what today is all about. And clarity of vision is the key to achieving your objectives. So you can say, I like economic development, and hand it to staff, and then staff has to go, okay, well, what do they mean by that? This is what we think they mean. This is what we're going to kind of do. And they come back to you, and you're like, that's not what I wanted, because it wasn't clear. So we're going to spend some time really trying to clarify what those priorities are, what the goals or your expectations of those are, so that staff can bring you back plans that will meet your desired outcomes. But we're going to start with Ron Hollifield, who is going to give us a presentation that talks about governance as a system and where visioning fits into that and why it's so important as we move through today.
Good morning. It is so great to be with you today, and whatever you came in expecting this section to be about is not it. So get ready for me to kind of shift your focus a little bit. The reality is that everything is a system, and we're going to talk about systems a little bit. And governance is a system. In fact, let's look at a couple of examples here. Flash back to a moment to 5th grade physical science. In 5th grade science, you did an experiment where you took a piece of pothouse ivy and cut it off and put it, at least in my days, in a Coca-Cola bottle in the windowsill with water. And literally, you started out with the plant facing away from the light, and within 24 hours, the plant had physically reorganized itself to face the light. That is a natural system. When we walked into the room and the lights came on when we flipped the switch, if they had not come on, there's only about 3 or 4 reasons the lights would not have worked. That's why an electrician can make a living as an electrician. If it were unlimited, if it were not a system, there'd be no predictability. In other words, a system simply means predictable inputs create predictable outcomes. But it's not just physical systems or natural systems, it's people systems. Flash back to about your sophomore year in college, your organizational psychology class. And you heard about, at that time, a concept designed by Frederick Taylor called scientific management. And scientific management posited that you can figure out precisely the right way to do everything. You could figure out exactly the right light lumens to be able to optimize productivity. You can figure out exactly how far the chair ought to be away from the desk, etc. In other words, it was viewing people as cogs in the machine. And I think it was a seamstress factory in Chicago, but they brought in a management consultant. They had bought into scientific management, and they come in and they're trying to optimize using the principles of scientific management. And what happens is they're trying to figure out exactly the right temperature to be able to optimize productivity. They turn the temperature up and productivity goes up. They turn the temperature down, productivity goes up. They turn the temperature sideways and productivity goes up. The discovery, you may remember the phrase, the Hawthorne effect from that college organizational psychology class. The discovery is, yes, human beings operate in systems as well, but the productivity increases were not about the right temperature. They were about how they were being treated. They perceived, wrongly, that management cared. It was the perception that management cared about them that was actually driving the improvements in productivity. So keep that in the back of your mind, because the reality is, when it comes to governance and how you operate as a team and how you do or do not achieve your vision, those human systems in how you interact will actually determine whether you're successful or not. Now, let me qualify. I'm going to say some kind of brutal things as I go through this morning. Hillary has not briefed me on any of your conversations. David has not briefed me on anything. The things that are going to step on your toes are because they are universal things, not because somebody has blown in my ear and I'm looking to speak to you. So, when I step on your toes, pay extra close attention, okay? So what we've got to understand is that all human interaction, go back to what I defined systems as a moment ago, predictable inputs create predictable outcomes. If you treat people in a certain way, you're going to get certain kinds of responses. Does that make sense? One city council we worked with in the Kansas City area had 2 of the elected officials had not spoken to each other in 3 years. And I mean, when I say not spoken, I mean what would happen is Alan was interested in responding to Chris, and Alan would say, Mayor, literally, Mayor, would you tell Chris this? And Chris would respond, Mayor, would you tell Chris that? So, and literally in a 3-day retreat we did, we managed to overcome that and get them speaking again. And here's what's fascinating. They agreed about everything. They fundamentally agreed about everything, but an interaction of one of them towards the other one had offended him, and it had festered and grown up into this thing that began to affect the ability of the entire city council to work together. Does that make sense? So, with that as a little bit of a backdrop, let's jump into a couple of these things here. I want to start with identifying some of the challenges, and you'll notice I use the word board throughout this instead of council. I spent 20 years as a city manager. I didn't come out of the private sector. But what I discovered, back to systems theory, is that governance systems, what creates success in your role on a board, on a governing body, is true whether it is a corporate board, a church board, a school board, a city council, etc. Because the human systems that determine success are all the same. So all of my research, when it comes to designing how we think effective governance works, actually comes out of the private sector. Because there's very little really great research in the public sector that's been done about what success really looks like. So, top 10 governance challenges identified by board chairs. This actually came out of the healthcare industry. So board chair would be the equivalent of the mayor, and this is what they identified as the big challenges. And think about the universality of this and the systems that apply to you. Engaging the board in its quality oversight responsibilities, effective use of good people, finding effective staff leaders, conflict in points of view among board stakeholders and management, loss of control to external forces, planning in a rapidly changing environment, concern over service delivery costs, maintaining board commitment, education, and efficiency, board understanding of complex issues, staff relations and communication. Let me go back to a couple of those. Maintaining board commitment, education, and efficiency. If you were serving on a corporate board of a publicly traded corporation, you would legally be required to have a certain number of hours a year of board training. You are obligated by law to learn what the heck you're doing. In the public sector, do y'all have elections in May? So one Friday night in May, you go to bed and you're a normal person. You wake up, you go to bed on Saturday night, and you are now, in the view of a lot of people, semi-divinity. You are presumed to be powerful, all-wise, all-knowing, and can control everything. And the first time you get hit in the face understanding that is when you go to church on Sunday morning or the grocery store on Sunday afternoon, and all of a sudden everybody expects you to be able to answer the question, why does the sewer plant stink? Now, let me do a sidebar. All of you remember Maslow's hierarchy. Maslow, and I mean this in all sincerity, Maslow missed one stage on the hierarchy, and that is the need to not look stupid. It is a dramatic driver of our humanity. All of us have that need, and all of us want to deny that we have that need. So how does that relate to your service on the council? You go to church on Sunday morning or the grocery store on Sunday afternoon, and somebody jumps you out about why the sewer plant stinks, you feel obligated to either act like you know what you're talking about, or to blame staff and say, dadgummit, the staff didn't teach me that in the last 12 hours. I can't believe they did that. I'm going to hold them accountable. I promise you I won't let staff get away with not equipping me again. That's feeling a little familiar? The trick is your role as a member of the governing body is to understand what your role is. And your role is not to be staff. Your answer to that question is, you know, heck, I don't know, but I know who knows, and I'll be back to you by noon on Monday. Or I'm going to call the city manager right now, and I'll call him in front of you, and I'm going to leave David a message and have him have the right person give you a call. There is no shame in not understanding everything. It is insane to think you can get elected on a Saturday night and on Sunday afternoon understand how a billion, however many dollar budget corporation it is. And let me just make it a little more complicated for you. In the private sector, the board and the customer base basically all agree with what the role of the company is. If you want to go fly to Boston and you book a ticket on American Airlines, there's no real disagreement on what the goal is. The board of American Airlines knows that their goal is to sell more seat miles and a healthy margin than they did yesterday. Everybody's in agreement. In the public sector, there is no agreement on what the goals are. Does that make sense? So what happens is, if we don't really understand what's driving the differing opinions, interpersonal stuff ends up taking over the conversation, and we think there are conflicts on vision that there really aren't. What happens a lot of times, particularly the newer an elected official is they show up right after getting elected. They got jumped out on Sunday at the grocery store. Come Monday morning or Monday night, Tuesday night, whenever your council meeting is, they show up at the council meeting. The cameras are rolling. They don't want to look dumb. And what happens is, the more they try to not look dumb, the more obvious it is they're dumb. Does that make sense? Faking it is never a good strategy. It's never a good strategy. So what you want to do is understand that your number one role as an elected official is to shape the future. It doesn't matter if you are in my 14-foot little aluminum fishing boat, or if you're in the Queen Mary. If you take your hand off the wheel, you go in circles. It's the nature of a boat or a ship. It's the same thing with an organization. If the council is down in the engine room going, I don't like the way that engine sounds, you're not doing your job with your hand on the wheel. The vision is all about your hand on the wheel headed towards the future, and say that's the horizon that we're pressing for. Does that make sense? And anytime you take your hand off the wheel of the vision to go tinker in the engine room, you are making an affirmative decision for the organization to go in circles. Anytime. Okay, let's jump a little further. This is the top 10 governance challenges identified by CEOs. And again, this is out of the healthcare industry. Board members don't know who they represent. Ooh, that starts to get a little sticky. Especially when people show up at your council meetings telling you you're not listening to the people. Let me give you a statistic. The National Dairy Council did a study. This is about 7 years ago now. Washington Post ran the story. You can still go look it up. 6% of Americans believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows. Real stat. Now, keep that in mind when you're making decisions about the future. And part of our challenge is in our politically charged environment, the temptation is for us to, when people are beating the heck out of you, is to hunker down and begin to yield and back up, and it's not the right solution. The right solution is also not to take a political approach that says, I'm not going to listen to that person because I think they're an idiot. The right solution is to do a better job of listening to the body politic, to the whole community. You have to, at the very time that our humanity tempts us to quit listening because we're so tired of being beat about the head and shoulders, the right answer is to say, how do we do a better job of listening, but not to a single subset? Does that make sense? Board reluctant to handle quality issues, board confused about roles. This goes back to the engine room and the bow discussion. Board too involved in details. Need for better board recruitment and lowered turnover rate. Board confusion over loyalty to the community or the organization. Lack of board member time to prepare and work at governance. Let that one sink in. You don't get really good at anything without working at it. Continuous need for board education. Boards don't understand economic and budget issues. Complexity of issues facing boards need more big thinkers. In other words, your role as the visionaries is to do the big thinking. Now, it's your job to make sure that the systems are working well, to make sure the potholes get fixed, etc., but it's not your job to be out making a list of potholes. Does that make sense? There's a distinction between, part of your vision is to make sure we have systems that are working effectively. And if we don't have the system that's working effectively, we need to figure out what do we need to do differently, but you still don't belong down in the engine room. Does that make sense? Questions on any of this so far? All right. So, we're going to get really personal now. Those are kind of the global stuff. And these are the things, and so traditionally when you talk about governance, it usually is about governance policy, and you need to have that. It's critical to have that. But the foundation to effective governance policy is effective governance mindsets on the part of the governing body. In other words, where your head is determines how successful you're going to be. So we're going to talk about a few specific examples of how you individually, as elected officials, can be more effective in achieving your policy goals. Now let me hear this clearly. Sometimes it is counterintuitive that by staying out of the engine room, you actually make the ship run faster towards where you want it to go. Does that make sense? You want to be focused on the vision and what is keeping us from moving towards the vision, not trying to, because this is where I'll offend just about everybody I haven't offended so far, not, go back to Maslow's deal, a temptation in the desire to not look stupid is to try to really lean in and micromanage that which you really understand. That's not it doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. It's not your job to be, and I don't know what anybody does, this is not directed, it's not your job to be an insurance expert for the city. It's not your job to be a mechanic expert, whatever. Your job is to be a governance expert, to be the visionary leaders of where are we going on the horizon. So, effective leadership strategy 1, know what you don't know before acting like you do know what everyone else knows you don't know. When you talk about knowing what you don't know, recognize we're all ignorant on different subjects, and that's okay. There is a book that in your business, I would encourage you to read it, that has profoundly shaped SGR, called Rocket Fuel. And part of what it talks about is that for a small, fast-growing business to thrive, it needs a visionary leader and what they call an integrator. And if you don't understand the different roles and are at peace, you're not going to thrive. Now, they're talking about it in a small business context, and it has profoundly shaped how we're structured as an organization, how we function as an organization. But it's equally applicable to you. If I try to be an integrator, I'm a great visionary. If I try to be an integrator, I'm gonna have it so screwed up. I literally had some folks try to buy me about 10 years ago, and they literally, looking at our stuff, said, Ron, we looked at all of this and we said, wow, if you can do what you've done with this, just think what we could do since we know what we're doing. See, what happens is we feel this need, back to the grocery store, we feel this need to act like we're an expert in everything instead of knowing what it's our job to be an expert at and say we're going to be really, really good at what we do, and we're going to make sure we have the right systems in place to make sure the organization performs at the top level. And as kind of implied in the last one, ignorance is transparent. If you try to act like you know what you don't, you're the only one being fooled and the only one looking foolish. The media and your opponent can do far more damage to you for trying to act knowledgeable than for saying, I don't know. And I would tell you, when you say, I don't know, don't make it a kind of shadowy, I don't really know. You know, don't be bold about it. It's not your job to know. You need to know what your job is and lean into that. And your job is to not know why the sewer plant stinks. Does that make sense? Number 2, strategy 2, walk the talk of a genuinely humble spirit. The hardest part of making a good board decision is not offering solutions before you understand the problem. And make no mistake, in a political environment, you have people who want you to make the decision they want you to make, and they don't want you to deliberate, they don't want you to think about it, they want you to do what they want you to do. And it becomes extremely hard to resist that temptation. Strategy 3, know yourself. Know your values before they're challenged. Don't be seduced by ends and means rationalization. Don't let a recently swelled ego change who you are. It is so seductive for elected officials. All of a sudden, remember what I said in the beginning, come Sunday morning, you're semi-divinity in the minds of a lot of people. That can be so seductive if you're not careful. You have to be, there's people who want your attention, there's people who want to tell you how smart you are, and lots of times they're doing that to manipulate you. So you've got to be cautious and keep balance, maintain your sense of values, and make sure you always know how to come back to what your true north is. I'll let you read this just a second. This is listen more, talk less, and I'm just going to let you read it. In a lot of cases, staff is your lighthouse. You've got to be tuned in to taking in data. It's your responsibility to make the ultimate decision, but you need to hunger for that data. You need to hunger for that input. One of your challenges with staff is there can be a temptation to get mad at staff if they don't give you the answer that you think you want them to give you. The thing you've got to understand, if you can intimidate a staff member into giving you the answer you want, Somebody else can intimidate the staff member into giving them the answer they want. What you want out of staff is to give you their honest answer, no matter what. You can disagree with it. You've got the authority to take that in and do with it as you will, but you don't ever want to be pressuring staff to give you the answer you want them to give you. Does that make sense? It's really important that you want their best professional opinion. Now, staff, it is critical. One of the biggest mistakes that staff makes is the tendency to become so wrapped up in the rightness of your professional opinion that you get wrapped around the axle and it becomes an emotional dynamic and you get mad at a council member because they didn't do it the way you wanted to do it. It is critical for staff to understand that the role of council is to be the conduit through which the vision for the future of the community is translated into reality. What that means, you need to expect to always be able to give your professional opinion, but you also need to emotionally embrace the fact that council has the right to do dumb. They do. It's not staff's job to determine what the decision is. It is staff's job to provide your best professional opinion, no holds barred, but not trying to manipulate it. Just honest, true, straightforward, here's what I really think. That yin and yang, so to speak, between the role of council and the role of staff, if you really get into that dynamic, that creates a healthy governance environment. Because if you know that staff member X is going to tell you exactly what they think, it builds trust because you know they're also going to tell Jared exactly what they think. Does that make sense? So you need to be really looking to staff to give you their absolute, blunt, straightforward, best professional opinion. And staff, you need to get rid of the emotional engagement when council doesn't think whatever you thought was the way to go. Those are role distinctions. I'll let you read this one as well. One of your roles is to learn how to ask good questions. I'm not talking about a dynamic where you stay disengaged. I can't tell you how many times as a city manager, when watching a dynamic going on, I'm wishing from the dais that the council would ask the right questions, you know. Lots of times the manager can see it and you're going, well, ask this, ask this. Think about your questions in advance. Don't focus your questions on grandstanding. Ask why I'm asking what I'm asking and what I'm trying to accomplish. Does that make sense? Now, there are times that you want to ask a question for political reasons. You feel the need to telegraph to your folks that you're paying attention and hearing them and you're wanting to ask that question. The best thing to do is to give David or the mayor, depending on the dynamic of the item, a heads up that says, hey, I've got a neighborhood who's really, really upset about this. I'm going to ask this question. Can you make sure, David, that you've got the staff ready to explain why we have that street torn up? See, what happens, you accomplish more by working within the system than by bushwhacking the manager and the staff in the middle of the meeting, because they actually come prepared to be able to ask your questions. Now, let me also warn you, emphasis is not just ask questions, it's ask good questions. Go back to Maslow for a moment, the need to not look stupid. One city I worked with as a city manager, I had a council member who was a lubricant salesman for Mobil Oil. Every agenda item, we would get a lubricant question. We could be awarding a copy paper bid, and we'd get a lubricant question. So what did we do? On Mondays, when we had our staff prep session, prepping for the council agenda, with 10 or so department heads sitting around a table, when we all had lots of stuff we needed to be doing, we would devote an hour to trying to anticipate what was the lubricant question that was going to come up on every agenda item. See, because we didn't want to look stupid. We didn't want to look stupid. So what do? So what you've got to understand is when you ask questions, the mere act of asking a question is driving the allocation of resources. Back to your semi-divinity, right? So if a council member is going to ask about a lubricant question on a copy paper bid, staff is going to spend the time researching and prepping for it in advance. And it would have been so much simpler if that council member would have sent an email and said, hey, I'm going to ask these questions on these items, be prepared for it. We could have solved all of that in like 10 minutes. But instead, we had to spend time trying to figure out, anticipate, guess. So ask good questions and not softball questions. I'm not suggesting you be afraid to ask. You need to ask hard questions, but you need to think about what is the goal in asking the questions. And then you need to telegraph that to the manager and the mayor so they know what's coming and how to make sure that the whole dynamic is as productive as possible. Number 6 is know the structure and processes. This is more about the traditional governance stuff, your governance policies, understand the form of government, understand the way decisions are made, understand the authority and limitations of the position. One of the things that happens to new elected officials is that they get elected, back to the whole grocery store dynamic, they get elected, they've made a bunch of promises, but they haven't really climbed the civic ladder sometimes, and they don't understand how the system works and how to get decisions made. So they show up at the first council meeting with a catcher's mitt and a ball cap at a football game. And then they get frustrated that what's going on is they can't get anything done because they're there to play baseball and everybody else is playing football. And the temptation in today's world is to immediately assume the reason they can't get anything done is because it's a conspiracy. So what we've got to do is up the game on helping elected officials and citizens, prospective future elected officials, understand before they get to the dais how the system works. Help them be effective, because the more frustrated somebody becomes at feeling like they're an outsider, the more they become a rock thrower. Does that make sense? So what you do is, by the mere act of saying we're going to take every year and make sure everybody's on the same page of how decisions get made, how we go through our decision-making processes, you actually dramatically reduce the amount of friction. Number 7, know the dynamics influencing the issues. When you're thinking about an agenda item, you need to think comprehensively. Some of this is back to the asking the right questions, but think about all of the things that are influencing this decision, because the reality is you operate in an incredibly complex environment with a world that demands everything gets solved in 240 characters, or 280 characters, whatever Twitter is. In other words, we are not an environment that rewards thoughtfulness. We're an environment that rewards do what I want you to do when I want you to do it. You've got to really discipline yourself to say, if I want to make the best possible decisions, not just for the next election, but for the next generation, I need to really understand what are all of the ripple effects of these decisions. Number 8, develop your position thoughtfully. Understand the authority and scope and limitations of your position. Recognize you don't have all the answers. Understand the driving forces, understanding the restraining forces. Define your core concepts. Make your position very tight and focused. Articulate your position carefully. And number 9, don't confuse supporters' goals with the public interest. It is perfectly appropriate for folks to be looking out for their special interest, whoever it is. That is their role. It's not your role to confuse their special interest with the public interest. Does that make sense? You've got to really, and all of it really comes back to depth of understanding and thinking broadly and going, this may be the right decision, but we need to be thoughtful in concluding this is really the right decision, not just for today, but for the next generation. Number 10, deliberate with integrity. Avoid squabbles over issues that don't matter. Avoid wasting time on the small stuff. Fight hard for your issue, then unify behind the board when the decision is made. Now, by unifying, I don't mean that you suddenly say, I agreed with the decision. But if you believe the decision has been made with integrity of process, you can defend the integrity of the decision even if you were on the losing side. Doesn't mean you have to agree with it, but there is a difference. What happens in a lot of cases in today's world is the temptation, if I disagree with that decision, it means somebody is evil, or somebody's on the take, or somebody, all of these sorts of things that in today's environment, that there is the temptation to vilify people instead of going, I lost on that one. I disagreed with it, but I am confident in the integrity of the process that led us to that decision. I am confident in the integrity of my colleagues who were all, I believe, wrong, but they are still high integrity. Never attribute to malice that which is adequately ascribed to stupidity. See, if you can really begin to live that, what happens is, if I think you're stupid, it doesn't rip the relationship. If I think you're malicious, it rips back to the 2 guys in the council that didn't speak. It was over a dumb thing, but it ripped the relationship, because one of them perceived that the other one had acted towards them with malice. Disagree without being disagreeable. Deal effectively with cavemen rather than catering to and empowering them. You know what cavemen are, right? Citizens against virtually everything. Don't let articulate incompetence drive you to make incompetent decisions out of fear. Articulate incompetence are the folks that can make doing the wrong thing sound so right. If truth is not a barrier, you can make anything sound smart. Number 11, communicate your goals and priorities clearly. I'll let you read this. Make sure you're communicating what you really intend. Act with courage. It takes courage to sit on the city council. It takes courage. Honestly, I don't know any of your family members, but I'd bet a stack of $100 bills that every one of you, when you were pondering running for council, had a family member or a friend go, "What the heck are you thinking?" It's hard. Until somebody has sat in your role, they don't really understand the amount of abuse you take. And it's hard for they're not oblivious out of malice, but they really don't understand the amount of pressure and the amount of abuse and the amount of accusations and all of that. Serving on the city council is not for the weak-hearted. But to the extent you really build systems that we're talking about, healthy governance systems, how you deal with each other, how you deal with staff, how you deal with the community, it becomes so much easier. You're doing something that matters, that has profound impact on the citizens of Fort Worth 50 and 100 years from now. And by constantly bringing yourself back to the profoundness of the responsibility is what allows you to deal with a lot of the insanity. And learn how to lose gracefully. People will remember how you acted in defeat more than they will how you acted in victory. When you lose on an item, when you lose on an agenda item, don't go bad-mouthing the rest of the council. Don't let it become a personal thing that you're mad about. Take just the opposite approach and go, okay, what did I miss here? How could I have been more effective in making my case? I want to go sit down and learn from those who voted against my position and understand where they were coming from. Because by taking that approach, it's not just about being a nice, better human being, it's about being more effective. Because what you're going to find when you really hunger for that kind of feedback, you actually are better equipped to be able to press your case the next time. And win gracefully. Tell you a quick little story. One city I was city manager in that you'd all recognize had a council election, and 4 council members turned over in a very bloody election. We brought in Lyle Sumac as the facilitator. We're in a setup like this. The 4 new council members are on this side. The 5 existing ones are on this side. I'm with the mayor down at the end, and Lyle's up here in the open U, and he says, okay, we're about ready to get started, and this is right after the election. We're about ready to get started. Anybody have anything you want to say before we get started? Anything you want to share? And my 29-year-old young mayor pro tem puts his hand in the air. He was one of the 5. And he looks across at the 4. And he said, the 4 of you did a great job getting your message out, getting your voters out. You're to be commended for running a great campaign. There's only one thing you need to learn to be successful as a city council member. And that's how to count to 5. I've got 5, you've got 4. Y'all can go home right now because anything you want, I'm going to kill. So how you interact in winning and losing, in victory and defeat, actually lays the foundation for long-term success or long-term failure and friction. And then build trust constantly. I'll let you read this. Sometimes we do stuff that we act like is trying to build trust when it's really not. Everything you do, every action you take, every word you utter, you ought to be asking the question, is the way I'm handling this with my colleagues and with staff enhancing their trust of me as a leader? Is it putting money in my trust bank, so to speak? But what is it? What time is it? Am I over already? You got 15. I got 15? Okay, perfect. So when we talk about that, getting down into practical, what does this really look like to become a trust-based leader in very practical terms? Number 1, and these are 11 commitments that you as an elected official, if you'll walk the talk of these 11 things in how you operate as a governance team, you will transform how much fun you're having, how satisfying it is, and how much impact you're having. Number 1, base my decisions on the next generation more than the next election. Committed to the ideal that my loyalty must be to the entire community, both now and in the future, and not merely to those who got me elected. Number 2, focus on mission, vision, and values as the benchmark for my decisions, and recognize that my responsibility is pursuit of the greatest good for the entire community and not the satisfaction of any particular group's agenda. Number 3, make decisions based on fact-based evidence and not allow myself to be manipulated into bad decisions for the future based on the decibel level of critics. Number 4, recognize that it takes a smart person to know where they're stupid and have the wisdom to be smart. Accordingly, I will value those who have the courage to tell me what they really think and will listen sincerely to those who disagree with me to truly understand their perspective, recognizing that understanding other perspectives makes me a better leader. Number 5, I'll embrace my responsibility to govern rather than to manage, recognizing that if I'm doing staff's job, I'm not doing my job, while also understanding and embracing the appropriately exercised governance role of holding staff accountable. Number 6, place a greater emphasis on solutions than on problems, while refusing to offer solutions until I understand the problem. Number 7, understand that mutual trust is the foundation for everything, and that if I refuse to trust others, they'll be unable to trust me. Number 8, protect the integrity of the process more than the rightness of my position. I will fight hard for my issue, but then unify behind the governing body when the decision is made, because the decision was made with integrity of process, even if I disagree with the outcome. Number 9, understand that my deeply held beliefs, values, and positions will be strengthened, not compromised, by courteous, respectful, and civil discourse. I will not treat someone as the enemy just because we disagree. Number 10, I will treat everyone with dignity and respect because of who I am as a leader, not because of how they treat me or what I think about them. And number 11, I'll be a role model for civility. I will not treat my colleagues or staff in any way that I would be embarrassed if my 5-year-olds treated someone the same way. And then finally, never forget, it's not about me, it's not about now, and it never is. If you just get this one piece right, it's not about me, it's not about now, if that becomes your guiding light, everything else actually falls into place. Everything else we've talked about is encapsulated in this. My time is just about out, but any questions, conversation about this? We got off to a little late start this morning. Yes, ma'am.
I'll just raise a comment, it may not be a question, but the National League of Cities as well as TML are both dealing with civility, and so it is an issue that is impacting governments all around the nation. Is that your website there, governmentresource.com?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll be looking at it and sharing it with NLC, but just know that no matter what you hear about Texas, there's a problem everywhere. So
Absolutely. And so we do business with local governments in 45 or 6 states. It doesn't matter whether it's a red state or a blue state, a red city and a blue state, a blue city and a red state, any combination you want to get. This is all universal stuff. Everybody's dealing with the same set of issues, the same turmoil, the same pain points. Absolutely. Any other questions or comments before I pass it back to Hillary? All right, appreciate it very much. And Hillary, now y'all can have the legend.
Stop, please no. Thanks, Ron. So I gave a presentation last week. It was here in Fort Worth. My days are all confused. But it was referencing some statistics from Pew Research that were released last year. And it basically said that you have federal government, very little trust from the public. State government, little more equal, getting to be pretty 50-50. Local government, there's still a pretty good spread where there is still trust in local government. Obviously, the political winds that are blowing all around us, higher than us, farther and wider than us, are influencing what's happening in our communities. But you know, in talking about what Ron was conveying, we live in a world where every decision that you make is going to be a 50-50 split. It's just the way it is. It's never going to be the strongest victory or the strongest loss that you might anticipate. We live in a world that is divided, and so these guiding lights, these ideas that it's taking yourself, taking your personality, taking your personal biases out of it, and really trying to focus on that long-term vision. What is the absolute best decision for the community I serve? Is such an important concept, specifically in the environment that we're in politically these days. So it's time for a break. We'll stop with that, and then we'll come back and start talking about our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We'll take, let's come back at 10:25. Does that work? It's a little over 15 minutes. That's good? Okay. think we're just, hi.
Reggie's.
I think we're ready to get started again. I don't know where everybody went. I see Gina and Leonard.
Mayor,
Yes.
Carlos just stepped out and said he'd be back in like 3 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, he was in the windowsill. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ron. We lost Carlos. We're just gonna wait for him.
Well, they're about to. That's what I was asking. I can write some notes. You're good? Okay. We got this. I trust you. Are we?
I think we can reconvene. Yes, we've got quorum. I know Carlos is coming in just a minute. Gina's right here,
Yeah,
so we're
Gina's
good.
here. Carlos. Okay, so what's next? Before lunch, we have a hard break at 11:30 for lunch, so I will keep you on track for that. But we are going to get started with our SWOT analysis. So when I spoke to each of you independently, I asked you for what you believe today that Fort Worth's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats were. We do this, I did this in this way specifically so that I could get your unfiltered opinions, and then we could consolidate those into ideas. There are quite a few of them up here, but what we want to do is sort of walk through these and explore them to frame the conversation we're going to have after lunch about setting priorities. So this is going to be a conversational. We want to participate in this. And so we will just start with strengths. And what I think would be a really useful exercise is for staff to understand what you view as a body are the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So we'll start to try to prioritize these. I just alphabetized them so that there was no priority given before we got here. But if there are any that aren't there, or any that you think warrant some exploration, we'll work through that as a group as well. So we'll start with strengths. So what was identified by the group was accessibility to the public, meaning government accessibility to the public, amenities, having a lot of big city amenities locally, bright minds both on council and on staff. There was an overwhelming feeling that you had a lot of bright thinkers, big thinkers amongst the group. Development process improvements that have been made, and you'll see that appear again where there's still a little bit of work to go, but they felt that that was a strength right now. Fiscal health, having the financial capacity or resources to do a lot of what you choose to do or wish to do. Generational interests, meaning people who have lived here for a long time. So whether it's, second generation, third generation, or, institution kind of generational interest. Landmark institutions. The city manager actually just talked about one that will be coming here in the future, the law school, the new buildings. I would say Joe T. Garcia's. That's my landmark institution. And then public-private partnerships, and then a strong city identity, meaning the culture of Fort Worth, the history of Fort Worth, the heritage of Fort Worth. So if we look at this list and we think about what the strengths are that are the most present to the group as a whole, let's start trying to itemize what we think should be leaned into. That's what strengths are. They're the things you build upon, the things that kind of you can utilize to your advantage as you're trying to move through what the next segment of this is, which would be priorities. So does anyone have a very strong opinion about, on that strengths list, what the number one item would be? What would you place first? What do you think is the most present or important strength? Is it too small? Sorry.
We have identity, is that what's at the bottom?
Yes, strong city identity.
I would say public-private partnerships for the city.
Okay.
I think a lot of those are ranked up there, but we get a lot of things done because of other partners in the city.
Yeah. The multiplier effect.
I think that's true. And then I also think the funny thing about strong city identity, within the city, it's a strength, but outside of Fort Worth, outside of Texas, really, maybe that's a weakness because enough people don't know about who we are as a city. Once they get here, they understand it.
Yeah. I think I told a lot of y'all in interviews, I'm from 2 hours south of here, and I have always had this very strong feeling for Fort Worth. There's something about it that is very welcoming, and it has, that some of you mentioned that, town feel, but in a metropolitan way, and you're growing. So I've always had a strong affinity, so I'm a fan, is what I'm saying. But I understand what you're saying about it may not go much farther than Texas, per se. So what else is on this list that we think could be leaned into?
Is what?
Sorry, what else is on the list that you would lean into as a strength?
I would say fiscal health is really important. Without that, a lot of things, of course, wouldn't be possible. So That's a real strength of our city.
I'm not necessarily answering your question, but I did want a clarification under threats,
Yes.
school issues. Can you expound on that a little bit? I mean,
School
I think we all
issues?
have ideas, but I'd like to hear from
Yeah,
you
we'll,
what-
we'll get there. There was an idea that there was some, what's the word I'm looking for? Lack of trust in maybe public school. It was public schools. And there being some issues with people finding deficiencies in that system. I think there may be some stuff going on, like bigger than what I'm aware of, but that's what it was.
Okay, but to answer your question, looking under there, I think there's a bullet point, at least I thought there was. Is there something related to identity as a city?
Yeah,
Or-
strong city
Yeah.
identity with
Okay,
the
I think
culture
that
and
goes
heritage.
again to our economic vitality, and footing. We've talked about that before in strategic plans, and that does have a lot of tie-ins to, what we can do, not just from a capital standpoint from the city, but it affects other areas.
So for me, I really like the landmark institutions, and I actually think they tie with both Michael and Maddie's points for the public-private partnerships and their strong identity. We are Cowtown. I mean, that's nationally known, well-recognized. And the things that make us Cowtown, the rodeo, the stock show, the north side, the stockyards, all of those things are public-private partnerships. All the things that have made us great and given us our strong identity and have progressed our heritage are those things. And I think that's our biggest strength, is kind of the cross-section of those major points.
I'll give you mine now. Your board is not old eyes friendly.
I'm sorry. I'll blow it up. You want me to go over there
Oh, no,
and
no,
stretch it?
it's the color, the
Oh, I'm sorry about
contrast. I'm learning what happens when your eyes age. But I'm comfortable voicing strong city identity. And what I think about is all the times that Fort Worth has been featured at South by Southwest. Whenever I meet people from around the city, they ask, do you already ride horses? And I tell them yes, and because they don't think that that's going to happen. But our logo, our presence has been on ESPN. And I think back to when we had a Super Bowl, when the whole area froze up.
Yeah.
We had Sundance Square as our backdrop. And so I think we have a very strong identity.
Yeah.
And I also agree with the landmarks. I'm a packing house baby, and so when people think of Fort Worth, because of the Dallas TV show, we've got the cattle, and this is perception, but I would say strong city identity. I think you'll find answers pretty much tied to all of our professions. My background was communications, and so I look at things very differently. But I would be surprised if you got us out of our wheelbox and wheelhouse and what we would say. But for me, it's what people see, what they talk about when I'm out and about. And we've been very strategic, in doing that. Even Mayor Maddie goes to Austin. And we set up shop at the, what's that place called that I used to remember? Where's Robert Stearns? What's it, ICSC that I... Yeah, so we're making a name, and that's the group that brings conferences, to our city,
Yeah.
and shopping centers development. So I'm good with giving you identity as my offering.
I would say it's also identity, but I think I'd like to expand that. Here we've talked about like our identity as a whole, like the city of Fort Worth, whether that's Cowtown to you or it's, Southside or Panther City or whatever we want to call it. Our identity as a city is really, really heavily tied up in our neighborhoods. And so I think that's probably the biggest strength, is that internal identity as well within the city. So what neighborhood you came from, you grew up in, what neighborhood you live in, where you went to school, are all questions that, we ask each other when we meet someone from Fort Worth. Well, where'd you go to high school, or what neighborhood do you live in? And so I think it's that internal sense of identity as well that
Yeah.
really makes the city really strong, that sense of community.
Yeah. Oh, and that the generational influence of people who have grown up here plays kind of into that as well, and holding on tightly to this area or this neighborhood. So I feel like we all feel strongly about the identity of Fort Worth and that it is a strength and something that we should try to incorporate in probably most facets of what we'll talk about later today. Is there anything that you have thought of since we talked that I just throw out?
No, you're good.
Is there anything that's not on that list that you thought about for strengths after we had our interviews previous to this?
You don't show our diversity. And, in spite of public strife that makes headlines, diversity in Fort Worth makes us very different in a very positive way. When other cities around may have been I think about Dallas. And so one thing that we're proud of is that we're not Dallas, but it's the way our diversity, up until recent years, has been featured. So I still say diversity is a strength.
Okay. Anybody else? So if number one is city identity, what do we think would be number two? We mentioned public-private partnerships, fiscal health, landmark institutions, and now diversity. Does anyone have a strong opinion of what else should be kind of on that top three list of strengths?
Well, I think to Leonard's point earlier, if you don't have fiscal health as a city entity, you can't have public-private partnerships. You can't do any of that. No one will want to do business with the city of Fort Worth. And I think that's a testament to the faith from the private sector. It's the biggest endorsement that they're willing to partner with the city of Fort Worth. That, Dickies Arena was born out of that idea. The zoo, Brit, and now Texas A&M. And if you didn't trust this city as an organization, you wouldn't do those things. So to me, those almost are tied and they're sort of linked together.
Okay. So fiscal health and trust in city government.
To create, yeah, exactly. There you go.
Anybody else? Any
Yeah.
other thoughts?
Maybe a comment.
Yeah, please.
It's not on the list, but I think it's related and exhibited through maybe our council and mayors that there is a willingness and attitude by leadership, and I think the private sector as well, to lean into change, to lean into innovation and economic development. I know we'll talk about, but I don't think there's an attitude that we're deeply rooted in the past. We acknowledge the past, acknowledge the DNA and the features, I think, of that we've just articulated that are some of our strengths, but I think there's a desire for advancement, right?
Yeah.
Which I think is important.
Yeah, it's important when you're growing too. Okay. All right, so I feel like we've got a pretty good idea of where we have some consensus among strengths. So now let's move to weaknesses. We have budgetary limitations, development process still needing some additional improvements. Following other large cities rather than sort of charting our own course, there was that sentiment I heard a few times. Lack of communication and engagement, both internally and externally. Lack of trust, and I think that was amongst the body and maybe permeated slightly down to the staff level at certain areas, but primarily amongst the group. Needing more public sector support, disparities in neighborhoods, financial injection of financial resources and or amenities. Partisanship becoming, more pronounced, which is a product of what we're all dealing with nationally. Prioritization by council, feeling that there hasn't been either the appropriate level of work to really say these are our priorities and affirming those so that everybody is playing from the same rule book. Reluctance to modernize. I heard a couple of people say the way we've always done it in some different parts of the city organization. And then an unwillingness to hear opinions of others, and that was both to understand the full perspective of the public based on whatever personal issue, and then also to hear peers around the dais opinions and respect that they are entitled to those. So those were that's the background on the weaknesses. And so what we want to do is we want to go through the same process and try to identify what really are the top weaknesses that we need to try to fix. So I will open it there.
So I'll go first. I think honestly, the biggest challenge that we have right now, our biggest weakness is our inability to well manage growth. And I tie that primarily to developers coming to the city and trying to go through the development process. It ends up being challenging. They have surprises, as we just have with our own city hall. And it's kind of a case study. It's something we need to work on as we have more people coming. We need to really understand how to facilitate the process and really facilitate development to accommodate this growth and not be behind the curve.
Yeah. Well, and y'all have a huge growth corridor, don't you? I heard a statistic some time ago that said that the growth corridor would allow Fort Worth to be bigger than Dallas someday. Is that accurate?
Yes.
That's incredible. That's a tremendous, especially considering the fact that annexation has been hampered and those things by the ledge. But so if we're talking about the development process and managing that growth, is it the system that's in place? Is it managing expectations? Do you have a little bit more?
Personal opinion is it's kind of all of the above.
Okay.
It's the velocity of changes that are being requested, the velocity of development that's coming to the city is growing, and we're working hard to expand our capacity to deal with it. David noted in the budget significantly accommodated more resource to allocate to this problem.
I feel it. Give it to me.
So I think if we're going to talk about the development process as a weakness, it would be very limiting to talk about the process within the department itself. I think that that is a known, issue for that, but that's small in the big picture of like what we're talking about, an overall weakness. If we're going to talk about our development process, I think it's more than just the department, but it's how we develop as a city, not just the mechanisms of the permitting and the people you talk to and what departments you go to, but we don't have a growth policy, right? We do have a massive growth corridor, and we saw in our last bond election, most of the bond went to the north because, the inner city is now subsidizing that massive growth because we didn't keep up with it initially. And so it's our development process, not just, how permits are
Right.
allowed, but how we think of growth and development as a whole from that, 30,000 feet perspective, not just how fast we can get a certificate of occupancy.
Right. Well, and I understand there's a comprehensive plan update. Did I understand that correct? Coming with a more robust engagement component. So I mean, those are as good as they are upheld, right? And so but that's a great first step in trying to lay out the plan, so that we're talking about, sometimes we get in the symptoms and not the root cause. And so it sounds like, we've got a symptom that is current and a nuisance, but we also need to look at the bigger picture root cause.
I'm so glad you said that.
I think, though, that along with Elizabeth said, it's sometimes hard, I'll admit this for me, it's hard to tell the public whether you're in the north or in the inner city inside the Loop 820, and with confidence, I believe it with confidence, that we're on the right track. The planning we are doing as a city of Fort Worth is playing catch up, whether it's your bond issuance or our focus on PAYGO, that we are moving in the right direction. There's just a lot of fatigue, especially in specific communities, of like, well, you said that before, or show it to me. But I think finally, in the next few years especially, that confidence will be realized in actual infrastructure. But to live at Elizabeth's point, you can't be complacent. It's going to take a remarkable amount of continual planning and investment in staff, too, to do their jobs in each department to keep us in the right path, because we are fortunate the amount of growth we've had. If you're not a city in the United States right now that's growing and thriving, you're in real trouble. However, that came with a lot of responsibility, especially in the last 20 years. And I do think it left the city of Fort Worth on its heels. And so now we're kind of in the middle of the catch-up phase.
Yeah.
Gina was going to say something.
One of you mentioned in our interview that growth is happening, and if you just allow growth to happen but you don't deal with the infrastructure, now you have to deal with the angry citizens in those new neighborhoods whose roads are torn up to try to get there, or who have low water pressure, or whatever those nuisance factors are. And so trying to balance staying ahead of it to the degree that's responsible, and the public-private partnerships, or however you make it work, is so smart. And so hopefully this process will produce a good product for you all.
I'll add
Yeah,
something
please.
for you, and this is just kind of tied into what Elizabeth had stated. Our development process system depends on several departments, and when it gets to the nuts and bolts of getting a permit or a green light, it can be held up because the right people are not at the table.
Right.
And that really impacts us when it comes to trees, water, sewer, what have you. And when David came here, we knew that departments were siloed off, and we've been working against that. But you got to have people at the table at the right time. And so how you bring that unity, that unified team together, but they all work for different people, is a challenge. And so that would be one of my observations.
Anything? Oh, go.
Yeah, I'll comment. And I do think it may be in the weakness category, but also become an opportunity. And I think, just as somebody coming in and learning a lot about government, there's clear municipal government silos. And I'm looking at Gina because I'm going to mention the RTC, is that a lot of the things that we are accomplishing have to be done with a bigger team, right? And it's not just the city. And there's other players in the roles to get things done, like infrastructure, like we're talking about. And I just don't think people know enough about that and understand that the city is not necessarily responsible for every bit of the change that we all want to see. And to me, that's kind of a weakness, opportunity, but certainly a frustration for a lot of people, because there's just not an understanding of that dynamic.
Communications, which is what I really did not want to bring up, but communications, internal and external, continues to be a challenge. The more we grow, the more frustrating it is. Having a public that is so busy, they don't have time to study government to see what department to go to. But I will tell you, I've seen people come to City Hall angry as all get out because they lost their driver's license.
Right.
And you got this public that doesn't understand governance, but our communication system doesn't make it just easy, but nothing is easy. And so that in itself is very frustrating.
Yeah, and it's a complicated system you have. I mean, there are so many moving parts in city government, and then you have other government agencies that, and we used to have people come in for marriage licenses all the time, and we're like, sorry, wrong place. But absolutely, and so educating the public in a way that they can understand what they need to understand without it just becoming noise, because they're inundated. What else is on this list? We talked a lot about the development process and growth, and so what else do we think is a weakness that we need to overcome?
I'll go ahead and just say school issues again, elaborate on that. I know that the viewpoint is we all have our lanes, right? But I don't think it's inappropriate, for mergers within that lane, right? Because we both have shared interests. The school must produce students that are competent and ready, for the next academic level, because eventually they'll be in the job market, right? Locally or maybe abroad. And that has a bottom line effect on us here, at the city level. Workforce is very important.
Anybody else? What rises to the top of that list?
I think on neighborhood disparities, I think a positive is that we've acknowledged that and worked incredibly hard among every department. But it may be a weakness is, are we doing enough?
Right.
And what type of level of investment, both from the city and from the private sector, are needed to revitalize and refocus in neighborhoods that need it the most. And we know it works. We know that even a nominal amount of support can be really transformative. So, you know, just answering those questions and making sure that that theme carries through in all of our investments, and importantly, maybe in future budget cycles. And then partisanship, that's true across the country. Earlier, what Ron was saying, that happens, you know, civility in those conversations, but can we be a better example of what it looks like to govern, especially in a highly polarized, even county right now? And how does Fort Worth stand out as a place to just get things done and ignore the partisanship, I think is very important.
Right.
And regrettably, there's probably not a great example across the country necessarily. So we just kind of have to chart our own path.
Let me jump in with one very tangible suggestion of how you become that role model, because your citizens are looking for the cues of how we operate in a council meeting. The single most powerful thing you can do to telegraph civility, the normal human tendency, is if Leonard and Gina are on opposite sides of an issue, and Leonard's supporters show up and they start going after Gina, the tendency is for, if Alan is aligned with Gina, the tendency is for Alan to defend Gina. Does that make sense? That's our normal political instinct. If you want to turn it all upside down, role modeling, what actually happens is that if it's Leonard's supporters that are going after Gina, Leonard speaks up and says to my supporters, you know I agree with you on this issue. You know I agree with you. You know I want to win this on your behalf, but you need to understand a higher bar is how we interact with each other, and you need to understand if you act abusively, as much as I disagree with Gina, if you act abusively towards her, if you continue this way, I'm going to leave the dais and you'll have one less vote to make this happen.
Yeah.
Now, that takes a lot of courage to do that, but if you want to transform the civility, you reward civility and penalize in a positive, constructive, you don't yell at people and all of that, but you simply say to my supporters, the moral high ground never comes from standing up to your opponents. The moral high ground only comes when you stand up to your supporters. And it's not about agreeing or disagreeing, it's about behavior and how the intercourse takes place. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That one thing will transform the sense of the city council, not just how you act, but being, to your point, Mayor, the role model that says this is the way we behave as a community, this is our expectation.
What's your advice there, too, using your example, when Leonard at the dais attacks Gina from the dais? What's your advice to this body on how that behavior should?
It's going to depend. It's going to depend
Leonard's the
on the
perfect example because
circumstances.
man, a
It's
few
very-
words, right? Leonard's like, what about me?
It happens in some councils.
You're alone.
No question. So 2 or 3 things. One is, and I can't remember the name of the book, but there is a book out in the business world that basically says organizations become what they talk about. So part of it is preemptively that you are constantly talking about, you're embedding the cultural DNA as a team on how we interact with each other. Anytime you're trying to change behavior in the middle of a mud fight, it's nothing you do is going to be very effective. So part of what you do is you constantly begin to look for ways to not just instill expectations, but to take pride in those expectations and to look for ways to build bridges. So, for example, positive reinforcement is still real, is that if Leonard has gotten carried away, instead of attacking Leonard, what you do is you openly say to Gina, I really want to let you know I appreciate things got a little heated there, and I appreciate the way that you handled that with grace. Positive, that it makes it real difficult. We're really picking on Leonard. If you go after Leonard in the heat of the moment, his human tendency is to lash back in like fashion. But if what you do is you compliment her for handling the tense situation with grace, that's the best way to squirt water on the fire. Does that make sense? Always look for a positive way to reinforce the message that you want instead of lashing back. And here's what happens, is the more you do that, my apologies again, the dumber you make Leonard look, okay? In other words, the more that the council as a whole, the more Leonard becomes an outlier in his behavior, the less influence he has. And the less influence he has in the community. Because everybody, remember what we talked about individually, that when, everybody can see through you being fake or whatever? Same thing is true with that attitude, that hatefulness, that, that sort of thing. So what you want to do is constantly focus on, are we reinforcing the kind of behavior we want more than are we penalizing the kind of behavior we don't want? It's the old, you get more flies with honey than vinegar thing, and it really does work. But it's also, it needs to be coupled with, you're constantly looking for opportunities to talk about this is who we want to be, and looking for opportunities to let fellow council members know you really appreciate how they handled a particular situation. And the more they believe in it, the more passionate they are and have handled it with grace, the more it warrants really letting them know, because it was hard for them to. Does that make sense?
All right. So now let's talk about opportunities. So these are, the little arrow means this is how we push it forward. This is where we're headed in the future. So what are those opportunities that we see today that we should be latching on to in the next 1 to 3 years that you all see? So those that were offered were bold decisions. We have the opportunity with a young tenured council to make some bold decisions, not rooted in the way things always have been or were. And so maybe there's some potential to take a further step than what we might be comfortable with. Continued growth, and you'll see that show up on the threats as well. Economic development. Education, this was both, there was an opportunity for K-12, if I'm saying that right, to be improved, but then also the advanced learning opportunities that are abounding in this area right now. Innovation, taking those next steps. So I've done some work with a neighbor of yours to the east, and they were looking at the Google model of 10x. So not just thinking about how I can make something 10% better, which is the kind of normal thinking, is like, how do I improve whatever this current process is by 10%? How do I make it 10 times better? So that's where your power kind of comes in. And so innovation, you'll hear this again from me here in a little bit, but innovation, thinking about what can we do that really changes things for the better of the future. Panther Island was mentioned by a few members. Setting clear priorities, basically saying this is where we're headed and this is what we want staff to focus on. The unique character of Fort Worth, which we talked about in the strengths. Further utilization of city facilities. There was a thinking that some of our facilities are underutilized, and so what can we do to use those already there resources in a way that makes them more accessible or more useful to the communities they serve. And then youth. Education was touched on a minute ago that says, okay, you're bringing up these youths in this environment, and so how do you get them to get engaged, and then to remain here or come back here after they grow up. So that's where that list went. And so let's talk about what we think kind of our top 3 are as a group with opportunities.
I think it's our bold choices, our bold decisions. The first one, we've made some recently with our future city hall, and the building that we're sitting in today will be drastically different in the next 5 years. And those have been pretty bold. And we are seeing rapid growth. And so I think we have an opportunity now to do some things, A&M, that set us up for generations to come. We're kind of at a inflection point.
Yeah.
To me, Panther Island ranks right up there because it's so transformative to the city, downtown, and otherwise, I think.
And kind of along the same vein, if you just want to carry economic development, I mean, just completely, at least from my district to everything west, and how we're marketing some of that property, et cetera, for big transformative change, jobs, et cetera.
One other that I think is worth mentioning because it is related to economic development, and I think it's worthwhile to unpack that a little bit. What are the areas that we can lean into specifically? And I think the mobility and innovation zone that Alliance is working on is a huge opportunity, not only for the businesses that may be created there, but for the jobs and the tax base that may come along with it. But it's a very unique, forward-thinking industry.
Maybe to help encompass all the things that have been mentioned is that this is my observation right now. There is more new investment, whether it's investment from within Fort Worth or outside Fort Worth, than I've ever seen in the city. And that's in almost every single sector. And it's an interest because of our high growth potential, a business friendly environment, and in a city that has traditionally kind of been counted out or maybe not counted at all. And so because of those things, you're seeing a huge amount of momentum that to me is the opportunity for us as city leaders.
And capitalizing on that momentum just breeds, hopefully, in a smart and manageable way, more.
Yes.
I would mention education. I think we have seen some incredible advancements, both in recent years and coming in the area of secondary education. I think we're still challenged with our primary, with our K through 12 in the city of Fort Worth as a whole, and not just Fort Worth ISD, but all of the ISD we touch. And I think, Mayor has created an excellent initiative there, and I think it's a real opportunity for us to continue to find ways to engage and help improve our school districts, because we do have a significant deficit right now.
Like
It's important to
TCU
me
gave
to
y'all a big assist this year, didn't they?
Yeah, they
Just,
did. Yeah,
hey, world, we're here.
Yes. I think it's important for me to point out too, and all of us, this entire body has really refocused and helped work alongside education. I don't want the city, I certainly personally don't want to be known for pointing the finger. The point is that for the first time possibly, private leaders, business leaders, and public leaders are all saying we are part of the solution.
Right.
That we need to be working alongside educational leaders from early education, K through 12, post-secondary, in recognizing that we probably for too long have just said that's your problem, not ours. Educate our kids. And in an environment where it's so high growth, you have 12 school districts and an infinite level of opinions, it has been easier for us to not be involved. And I think everyone around this table deserves credit for trying to be part of the solution. And it's infinitely more important right now. I've had a conversation with a teacher last night about just how exhausting it is. He's teaching 3 additional classes this year because of teacher shortages and just stepping up, and is working a second job because you don't get paid enough. And those are realities for our educational system. So to Alan's point, yes, we have deficiencies, but the city needs to be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Yeah.
And I'll add one more that I hadn't thought about. to bring up as an opportunity, but there continues to be historical absence of city-led commercial investment in the inner cities. And the expectations that are expected to come from those who would invest are unrealistic. We have detriments to development throughout our inner city communities, but the city could do more. And I've had this conversation with ED before. I don't want that department waiting for the phone call. I want that department to be more aggressive in going out and seeking, and I've shared that.
I think that's a good point, Gina. And to complement the city staff and economic development departments, neighborhood services, they have started to do things differently. And then diversity and inclusion department with Christina Brooks, you can point to examples like CDFI Friendly, the work that Martha is leading in economic development with Main Street America. Those are just two examples to force the city to think differently about what we should be doing in community. But to Gina's point, we need to strive to do more and give our staff the resources to do that. And that takes this body being visionary and taking a risk probably in some ways where you might get flack for, are you being fiscally responsible? Is that really the role of government? But I do believe in specific neighborhoods, we are gonna have to do those things and to really drive that type of opportunity and listen to community at the same time, so.
So that we're going to get far more into the economic development piece of this because it was number one across the body. That was the number one priority. 7 of 9 of you ranked it at the top of your list. So,
Well, I haven't finished.
Oh,
Haven't
yes.
finished. I wanted to give kudos to the city manager for starting the neighborhood improvement strategy. And what that did was go into areas where there had been historical neglect. And we came in with great zeal. The program continues now. It is so popular, people who don't even work in government talk about it. And so we've started it, but we can't just let it stop with the basics. Basics being sidewalks, street lights,
Right.
trash pickup, and overgrown weeds, weeds. We have to make sure that that department is as concerned and zealous as we are. So
Right.
that's important that, I don't know if you know about that neighborhood improvement strategy.
I know what they look like. I don't know specifically about Fort
I'll
Worth.
just give you an example of the things that were loaded away, and of course, David, my numbers are still old, and where is Victor? The last number that I had will tell you that we put in 7,500 linear feet of new sidewalks in Stop 6. We probably doubled that by now because, again, my numbers are old. We picked up tons of trash and debris. We put in brand-new street lights. We removed concrete slabs where homes had been built, because if you're trying to get folk to build new homes in an old area, what's underground is outdated, and so it would cost about $5,000 to take up an old foundation. So we did our part on this end, but we need a more aggressive approach toward bringing development, and
Yeah.
CDFI is going to be key to that. And I read about their new leadership recently. I think this council should have known about that sooner. I didn't know about it until I read about it in the paper. And so that's another reason to get everybody on the same page.
But that brings up a good point that, the word disparity was used a lot across neighborhoods, across districts. But if you can look at disparity in infrastructure, and that's one conversation, but if there's also disparity in economic development efforts, if there's also disparity in, education engagement, if there's also disparity in these things, those are things that can be baked into your system that say, we address disparity as a root cause. And so when we look at whatever this problem is, we integrate the bigger picture look to ensure that disparity is being at least evaluated, if not addressed.
I'm going to say something, I'm trying to say it eloquently so as to not offend anyone. We talk a lot about disparities, and we should. But I think this body sometimes doesn't focus on the actual solutions that this body should be we're focused on to solve disparity. Right? What are the fundamental things a city government should be stepping up to focus on to help solve some of those things? So think about Stop 6 when we started the neighborhood improvement program. Had the city been focused on those really basic fundamental things for the decades before that, would we have had those challenges? That's a great question to answer. And because of the politics of the day, it's easy to get distracted and not focus on the things that we actually can solve and change for.
Right.
Because sometimes they're not the sexy topics, right?
No. And it's not always just throwing money at it.
Exactly.
What else do we have? Do we have anything else under opportunities that we want to consider when we look at the priorities? Okay, so now let's move on to threats. We had cybersecurity, hacking, as we become more dependent on technology, that rises to a threat level. Economic development not being as competitive as possible. I think there was a specific case that was referenced by quite a few of you. However, I think the actual root of it was more, do we have the absolute best tools we can have for economic development, and do we have the right incentives in place for today's economic development environment? Again, failure of council to set clear expectations, so we're not charging in any specific direction. We're just kind of trying to do everything for everyone. Focusing on the past rather than the future. So, there's this burn it down versus build it up mentality. And so there are some people who want to focus on burning it down still, even though it's been burned for years, rather than now shifting our focus to the building it up. And that's where we're going to go this afternoon, is let's really look forward and what we can do moving forward. The infrastructure and maintenance. So that was both building new infrastructure, keeping up with the demands for new infrastructure, but then also the maintenance requirements for old infrastructure being just as important. Making decisions for today and not tomorrow. So again, why we're here. Not engaging the community enough at the right times in the process. So we may have the public hearing, but it's after all of this other stuff has transpired, and they weren't aware of it, and now they feel like they're, not getting the full picture. And some of it was council as well, feeling that they weren't getting the information when they would have wanted to in the process, so that they could deal with their communities and engage with them knowingly. School issues again. Yeah, sure.
When it comes to council feeling we haven't gotten information, I think what happens is staff does a wonderful job at preparing, and they work tirelessly on the issues that we've asked them to focus on. But what happens by the time they've gotten it fine-tuned to this crystal form of jewelry and it gets to us, we're expected to drink from a water hydrant. And there's a need to bring us along gradually. And so, but I stress the importance that staff is prepared, but council needs to have a step in there before we pull the trigger on things. And so that's what happens in that area for me anyway.
Yeah. And that points to process. Is there something in the process that could be shifted or adjusted a little bit that would make that feel like less of a time crunch or a forced decision? School issues again, yes, unmanaged growth. So, we've seen kind of growth throughout this. And then workforce, and that was internal to the city staff was the primary focus of that comment. How are we going to recruit and retain, and how are we making sure that we as city government are setting the example or keeping up with what's going on in the rest of the world with pay, benefits, all of that sort of stuff. So there was a concern that recruiting new talent or retaining current talent could become a struggle here moving forward. So let's talk through threats. And what do we think is the top one that we need to be trying to strategize to avoid? Go for it.
Well, I'm going to pick making decisions for today and not tomorrow, because that was mine. But no, I think probably the biggest threat to us as a body and our residents is short-sightedness, and hindsight's always 20/20. Sometimes we make the best decision for today, and then something happens and it wasn't. And I don't think that we keep that lens present enough when we're making decisions. We're fixing a problem today, but creating one in the future. And so I think that's where staff can be helpful in their expertise, guiding us on decisions. This is what we've seen this happen or can happen, or this is what it can lead to. Not to put it all on staff, we should be doing it too, but that's probably one of my biggest concerns.
Well, I'm focused on patching the pothole rather than looking at a system where potholes don't exist. Like, could I build roads differently where I don't have this kind of thinking? So, but it's very difficult because it's like they're coming at you. And so I got to get that, you know, and staff gets it too. What else we got?
When we talk about economic development not being as competitive as possible, what were you hearing there? Can you describe that?
So I guess it came up with at least three of the interviews. There was a specific economic development project that apparently chose another city recently. I don't know what the specific project was, but there was a concern or a thought that we might not have the best incentives that we could have to have attracted that business, or that our processes were maybe deficient in some way that made them choose somewhere else. I mean, it could have just been, I don't know the background, but it was kind of specific to that. But then it was, there was something else. It'll come to me, but it was related to that issue kind of specifically.
Okay, because I think what I would...
it was recruitment of specific types of businesses, that some thought should be put into what are those sectors that we want to specifically go after and build the incentives or case that would attract those types of businesses.
Okay. What I was thinking about in terms of economic development was clearly understanding our competition. You know, there's lots of different things we need to talk about in economic development. I think we will, but competition is certainly one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe I have a different perspective because I've worked so much in this. I don't have the same threat opinion about economic development.
Okay.
I think it's timing. And I think for Fort Worth, and Leonard and I were talking about this yesterday, this is our time. And I think we do have the right systems in place, maybe with a few additional tools, and to Leonard's point, knowing your competition. But sometimes it's been really easy in Fort Worth to be frustrated because Texas has been so successful in economic development among our large cities, but we are the 5th largest city in Texas. Mm-hmm. So how do we compete within our own state as well as outside? So I'll just leave that there. Maybe on threat that's not on this list is, how are we preserving our built environment, our natural landscape? How is the city making sure that Fort Worth is not all concrete? The whole staff here knows what we're doing to protect that, but I want this body to be thinking about, in this individual districts, how can they be visionary to make Fort Worth one of the most beautiful preserved landscapes, despite the fact that we're also one of the fastest growing cities in the country. And that's gonna take every department really working together, and we've already touched on some of those already, so.
Well, and then the outside forces being either policied into doing what is needed, or seeing the value in what is needed to have green space and all those kinds of things, or invest in them. What else?
I just may add another thing, because I do think it's important, and it's come up on our Entrepreneur and Innovation Committee meetings, and that is that these things are, to me, all tied, where from education to economic development, that spectrum, and certainly one point that is within that spectrum, to put it maybe not very eloquently, is we've got to be sure we are known as a fun city as well, if we're going to maintain kids here after they graduate and go into the workforce. So it's, we're talking about very serious, important things, but there's also a threat of not communicating, in my opinion, the lifestyle aspect to what Fort Worth is, and that this is a really fun place to be. It's great for families. It's great in so many different ways. We touched on sort of the cowboy culture type things as well, but those are really important, I think, for economic development and achieving those goals by retaining people here. It's just not, paychecks and jobs are obviously extremely important, but there's also got to be a lifestyle that people appreciate and want. And to me, simply put, just it's a fun place to be. The hospitality industry, entertainment industry, all of that, music, those are all arrows in our quiver.
And that outside influx of money is crucial to your financial solvency, I would assume. It's got to be a large part of it. Anybody else? Threats? Everybody wants lunch. I got it. I understand.
One observation, building on what you just said, I travel all over the United States with cities. My whole life is cities. There's maybe 5 or 6 cities in the nation that I would describe as having a soul, and Fort Worth is one of those cities. There is a there here that not many places have. I think one of your threats, when you look at what has taken place, there was an article just this week with one of our cities to the south that was always identified that way, that has lost some of that momentum, that sense of identity. You've got to be cautious about not losing who you are if you want to retain that sense of a soul that very, very few cities in the nation. I mean, I'd say 5 or 6. It's a very small, short list that I think Fort Worth joins with. And so I would say one of your threats is the stuff you're describing that you love about Fort Worth is don't take it for granted. You know, be very intentional about going, we've got to protect the thing that makes us awesome and not take it for granted, or we end up losing it.
I think
Selling our worth, our Fort Worth, came up as well. Like, how do we market in a way that says businesses come here, people come here, visitors come here? I'm really taking a stronger and more strategic approach to really selling the worth.
Yeah, oh, that's a good one, selling the worth.
You like that?
Yeah, that was good. No, but elaborating a little bit on all of, yeah, trademark that really quickly.
I'll give it to you.
Trademark that. No, but I think there's an idea too. We've talked a lot about the cowboy aspect or whatever. That's an important part of Fort Worth, but I think that the idea of selling it and marketing is that there's a place for everybody.
Yeah.
It might be, you know, South Side, it might be East Side, et cetera. There is a place for everybody, and it's a win-win. Everybody, just because one is winning doesn't mean someone else is losing.
Right.
And so that soul really is, there are a lot of different souls in Fort Worth that are doing their own thing, making the city great. So we probably have to do a better job as a city itself marketing all those pieces, talking about all those pieces, and building all those pieces up so everybody really, as we say it, but feels like this is their city too.
Represented and included.
Represented,
yeah. And with such strong neighborhood identities that all of you mentioned, neighborhoods. No other city I've ever been working with has ever said neighborhoods that much. So it's very clearly something that's in the DNA of this community, and trying to figure out what those unique things are, and not, try to overshadow them, but play into them to the degree possible. So why did we just do all of this? Because after lunch, we're going to come back and talk about priorities. And so I wanted you all to hear from each other where your perspectives were on strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then when we move into this next part of our discussion after lunch, I promise I'm going to let you go, we'll start to talk about those priorities and start to build some of your goals from your perspective with these things in mind that you want staff to try to focus on or a plan toward moving forward. So there is a means to an end here, and I thank you for your participation. And so we are going to break for lunch. I think it's in the other room, and I think we have an hour. So we will all be back here at 12:30.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. You don't hear it? Oh, you have to put the headset on.
Because you've got
Check. Because you have it. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3. Good.
No, I don't hear a thing.
Oh. No, sorry. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2 3. Okay, now make sure go here. Make sure bring that up. Yeah. But bring her mic down.
Now, where are you? I'm on. Where are you?
I think we're ready to get started. Everybody want to come back in?
All right.
Okay, Hillary, it's all
Okay,
yours.
are we ready? Okay, we are still on track. We're doing well on time, so we'll just keep charging through. Back to where we left off in our last session, we were looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats to kind of get you thinking about those areas that real change could occur in your goal setting, in your prioritization. Where do we really think that there is the most opportunity to push Fort Worth to the next level, whatever that may be in whichever segment. So we ended with strengths. The group as a whole felt that the city identity, the identity of the neighborhoods was a definite strength. The public-private partnerships, fiscal, what was the word? Health, there we go. And trust in government came out, landmark institutions, and then diversity. The weaknesses were the development process and growth management and trying to move that in a more strategic direction. Communications, schools, neighborhood disparities, and that was weaknesses. Opportunities. Opportunity for bold choices. Panther Island, economic development, new investment, and then addressing disparities in economic development efforts. It's a business-friendly environment, and then getting engaged in a solution for education as an opportunity. And then the threats were continuing to think of today versus tomorrow, not considering green space beautification in decisions we're making, and allowing there to be a degradation of the lifestyle that keeps people here, brings people here, makes people want to come here. So just overarching, those were some of the sentiments to keep in the back of your mind as we move into this next segment. So back to where we started today, this strategic visioning loop. So we're here today for the circle part, council and visions. So when you look at this as a process, a system, as Ron was describing to you, it's a constant movement, constant motion. So if you think about how an issue gets to you, oftentimes it's a citizen brings it to you and says, hey, there's an issue in this part of town that we want addressed. Or it could be staff that says, hey, we have an issue with whatever this thing is and we need action here. So then it's up to council to do what we're doing today and say, okay, does this fit within our priorities? Does this make sense for where we want to be going? Do I have any input into what a solution looks like? Basically giving that strategic direction, that vision, that guidance, the overarching, here is where we want to go, but not necessarily dictating how we're going to get there. So once council receives it, comes to whatever agreement of this is where we want to be in 5 years, and so they hand it to staff. Staff creates a plan. Staff then brings it back to council to say, this is what you said you wanted, this is what we've proposed. Council says, yes, that's absolutely it, or makes whatever adjustments. Staff then, with that affirmation, is able to execute whatever that plan is. And then in that process, council looks back after staff reports back, or however you want to evaluate it, and says, yes, this meets the expectations, or no, it doesn't. Staff then adjusts, and then the cycle starts again. So what's meant by this is to say that it's not a one and done solution. So today we're not going to solve every problem for Fort Worth for the rest of eternity. But what we can do is start moving towards solutions for the future. The other thing that it points to is the fact that this train is moving. And so whether you are on it today or you're off it tomorrow, the train is still moving. And you have a staff that is depending on that train to go in a certain direction. So if we're not saying, hey staff, this is where we're going, and this is what our expectation is, and allowing them to do what's necessary to keep that train moving, they don't know where to go. And so these competing interests, these competing identity or ideas make it very confusing, and so it feels like nobody knows what we're doing or where we're going. And so thinking about the system as you make these decisions and thinking about how important this vision process is today is really what sets that in motion. And the power that you all hold that staff doesn't hold is that you get to put those systems in place that long after you're gone, potentially are still making change or still making progress. And so again, I'm really proud to be part of this, and I'm really glad that y'all are taking the time to do this. And so now what we're going to do is transition into the actual strategic priorities so that we can set those as a group and say, yes, this is what is important to us as a group that we want staff to focus on. And then we're going to get a little bit more in depth where you're going to say, if I could create real change in 1 year, this is what it would be under this priority. If I could create real change in 3 years, this is what it would look like. This is the outcome that I would want to see. Not how we're going to get there, because that's what you hand to staff. They're the ones who come back with the data. They're the ones who come back with the resource requests. They're the ones who come back with the budget plans for you all to then affirm that that's where you want to go. So when I did our interviews with each of you, I kept notes and I asked each of you what your top 3 strategic priorities were. And this is what the outcome was. Most of you had similar sentiments throughout this. And so what this is intended to show you is the dominance of the opinion. So economic development was 7 of 10 members said that would be at the top, in the top 3. Everybody had different ideas of what that was. And so that's where your perspective is then going to come to the table here in our next segment. But in general, economic development, 7 of 9 members said that's important to us. Second one was quality of life. That was 5 members. 5 members said quality of life, and some of them talked about, neighborhood disparity. Some of them talked about community facilities. Some talked about tourism. Some talked about, various parts of that. But 5 people all agreed that quality of life should be in the top 3. Now we move down to infrastructure and growth. Those were both 4 each. So 4 people put that on their list as a top 3 importance. And so I would challenge you to not just think about these as all being independent, but some of them are interrelated. So from my perspective as a strategist, I look at growth and I think, whew, that needs to be embedded in all of these other things, right? Maybe it's not a standalone. I'm not trying to lead you in that direction because it could be that that's very important to itemize on its own. But some of these can be incorporated into others. So what we're going to do here is go through this after I finish going through this, the list of who voted for what, and then we're going to figure out as a group what the top priorities really should be moving forward. So for each, infrastructure and growth. And infrastructure was both current and future infrastructure, so maintenance and new build. Then we moved down to transit, public safety, and engagement each had 2. And then education was 1. So in descending order, that is what the group's priority looked like. So bringing this back, I look at it and I think, okay, well, that's pretty darn good. I mean, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is as many members as we have. So that's a pretty good starting number. But I want to talk through now where we think the priority really lies as a group, and do we think that this is representative? Do we think some should be combined? How do we get this list to something that we can hand to staff and say, these are our strategic priorities, and there's 5 of them, or there's 4 of them?
I'm glad you're saying that, because what we say, anecdotally, spontaneously, hopefully will be different since we're all in this room together. And knowing how the mayor has a focus on education, I'm now a convert on, joining that bandwagon. It should force us to have some real dialogue as to what these priorities really are, because I can't believe that we would still have education at the bottom.
Right.
And so I'm hoping we'll see that shift up higher.
Well, and so I'll just pose this since you use that as an example. Is education part of quality of life?
Absolutely.
Is education part of economic development? Is you know what I'm saying? And so it's not that necessarily the idea has to be singular because only one person said it. It could be embedded in these others, but we want to make sure that we note that so that staff is clear that we expect education to be part of whatever this is. Same thing with growth. So that's a perfect example.
I would agree with that. When I talked about economic development, because I was one of those people, it was also including quality of life,
Right.
infrastructure, education. It was a big part of that, because we can't have continued economic development if we don't have a good educational system. I think all of us understand that.
100%. I agree with that, too.
And
So-
I don't know if this is helpful, Hillary, in how you want to lead us in this discussion, but when I will see that list, to me, quality of life is at the top.
Okay.
Because if every decision we make in each of these categories is focused on a high quality of life for every resident, then it translates into how you focus on transit or infrastructure or growth or economic development. And that's, I've personally started to do that in the frame of mind, especially how I communicate with people, because it seems to translate with all audiences. It makes them at ease with even a topic that maybe they don't really care about. Like, this is for quality of life. This is why we want to make those investments.
It feels inclusive
Yes.
to all populations versus exclusive when you just talk about big business or economic development, maybe.
Yes.
So as the rest, go, please.
Can I ask a question? So when we talk about education and then ultimately answer your question or go to the next step here, I think in sort of giving directives that we can follow through on, what is it we can actually do as it relates to education?
So this might be a really long conversation, but I'll be succinct. The way the city invests, let's take neighborhoods, for instance. If you look at the connectivity between our schools that are struggling, they are also in neighborhoods that are struggling. They're in the same places we've started to make neighborhood investments. So just at a starting place, continuing what we're doing in neighborhood improvement, if that's all we did, Leonard, we're probably doing a large part of it. The second piece is using the bully pulpit each of us possess as elected leaders to talk in a favorable way about what community needs to do to serve schools. I mean, I've had this conversation with all of you, and you're committing to going to your schools more often, knowing what they're doing, talking to your school board members about resources, because the greatest resource many of our schools need are adults. They need loving parents and people and community members to be more active in those schools and environments. And the third piece is actually the way that we're reinvesting in community and how schools should be at the center of that. And as Fourth ISD is our largest ISD, is not the only one, they're really the ones looking at school closures, which are sometimes really tough topics. and what role we should play as city leaders to help them make those tough decisions, but make sure that asset is not completely extinguished when they make that tough decision, and what the city can do to come in behind that tough decision. And each of you may have schools, I know Gina does, that they're having those conversations. So high level, that's kind of where my perspective sits. Yeah. And then one more thing is an economic development when it comes to workforce is we have a connectivity with business that schools, K through 12, and even post-secondary really don't possess, because there's a level of bureaucracy that's been really intimidating. And so creating a table where business can say finally, hey, actually that training program is not what we need. Here's what I've been needing in aviation, logistics, or whatever it may be, and trying to connect those dots so that we do have a workforce for the city of Fort Worth for tomorrow.
So what are the other opinions about quality of life being top billing? Or top 3? Would we all agree that it would be in the top 3? Quality of life. We all agree that, okay. So we'll just work to kind of hone our list, and then we'll figure out if we want to add priority to that. So now let's move back up to economic development. Do we all agree that that is top 3? And that it should be standalone, or do we have different perspectives? Comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay, and we'll define these. It's not just, one person's perception. So now if we move into infrastructure and growth, being the next 2 on the list, and then moving our way through, infrastructure, I kind of said, growth. Is it something that's embedded, or is it something that we need to look at independently and really make strategic policy decisions related to growth, or do we want to do it in some other fashion or form? Y'all have to tell me. So do we think infrastructure and or growth belong in the top 3 list? And which would you put higher than the other?
Can they,
Go ahead,
sorry,
Ashley.
can they be the same?
Yeah,
Is that what you're going to say?
yes, I
Are we
agree.
agreeing?
We
What?
are.
Shut up, the people watching.
It's better.
I think those are 2 in the same.
Yeah.
Because when we talk about growth, I think what we're really concerned about is the infrastructure required with growth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So could we lean into infrastructure as the word, but embed growth in our expectation for infrastructure?
I think it's the maintenance and additional infrastructure that comes with growth.
Okay.
Right, I think it also impacts economic development. Without the infrastructure, you can't support the development.
Do you have a thought? You look like you have a thought.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what you're eventually trying to get us to do, which is create these areas of focus. And to me, it's when I look at that list, there are certain things that are themes. So a theme of quality of life, a theme of managing growth successfully, right? A theme of community engagement, and how do all the many, they're not even up there, fit in each of those categories?
Mm-hmm.
Do they translate across multiple different themes? I'm just trying to.
No,
organize
you're
my thoughts on
absolutely
that.
right. And it's the baking it into the system. So if you have these overarching ideals that say, we want Fort Worth to be known for quality of life. Okay. Is that just something that is baked into every single other thing, or is it a standalone that has its own priorities and goals? So I think you're totally on the right track there. I would ask for the others' opinions on how you feel about, if in the perfect world we said, here's our top 5 list, so you couldn't have all 8, but what are those that are themes that should run consistently throughout, that affect every one of those priority areas?
So help me here. When you think about themes for us to focus on, what's missing from that list in our conversations that everything we want to focus on, whether it's parks and library development, public safety, fits into that as a theme?
So,
Quality of life,
Yeah.
right?
but I would go back and also reflect on our last budget where, it really was a quality of life argument, safe, clean city.
Yeah, yeah.
And all of the lower 2 rows, I think flow into that quality of life type issue. So you don't, I mean, public safety is a quality of life issue. Education's a quality of life issue.
So do you, the quality of life is one, and then the other one, as we've been talking about, is this growth and investment in infrastructure is maybe another second category. I'm just throwing this idea out there. Yes or no? What do we think? Okay. And then, is there anything else missing, or do we think everything fits into those two themes? What else are we missing?
Economic development. where do
Economic
you
development
place
is the
it?
third.
Is the third. So another
Quality of
part.
life, infrastructure growth, however we want to word it, and then economic development is a third, and how everything fits into those categories.
And-
Do we
and-
think that works?
I think quality of life is the overarching.
So, and everything fits underneath it.
Everything flows in it, right? Because public safety is quality of life, right? Infrastructure is quality of life.
Yes.
Engagement is quality
that
of life.
help?
So creating the umbrella.
Umbrella
and
is quality of
everything
life. Yes.
Yes.
I
else
like
is
that.
supposed to fit.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
economic development
Is
quality of life.
I agree with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
My question is, as to what we're working towards, do we then kind of separate long-term goals and short-term goals as well?
So what we're going to be focused on is 1 to 3 years. So some of them are going to be kind of short, policy decisions that you expect, or what your goals would be over this shorter duration of time. The longer duration, looking out 10 years, I mean, you need your comprehensive plan back and some of these other things that are going to help inform longer term thinking. But the purpose of this specific exercise is going to be that 1 to 3 year window, so that budgets can be planned. And yeah.
Yeah.
I want to mention something, and just, I think we all need to just kind of rest in this moment. For us to have quality of life as our stated overarching goal, that's very different. And it sends a signal, not just to Fort Worth, but I mean, most cities don't get that. And so the idea that we're there is something I'm very proud of, and I promise you, we'll have buy-in from the public.
I agree, and I think it's also just smart marketing for the city of Fort Worth, because that's what we're selling. At the end of the day, when someone chooses Fort Worth, they choose the quality of life.
We care about
our
you.
city.
We care about you.
Yes, yeah.
I like this.
So
I tell you, David, where is
Gina's
he?
happy.
Yeah, this is the first retreat I've been to where I didn't think it was a waste of my time. And so, this,
You don't know how relieved I am.
I mean, this is really moving. It's really moving us. I hate that we don't have everybody here, but it'll be on all of us to catch up, Jared and Chris. But this is a great retreat, so thank you for the team you brought in.
And, in these, without Jared and Chris here, these were the same things they were saying. They're included in this list. So hopefully they'll see their priorities also within this. So then if we move down to something like engagement is something that should be baked in, right? Is it something that needs to be singled out, or is it something that should be baked into every process? That it is essential to the governing system.
I think it should be baked into every process.
That's kind of how I felt as well, and I'm not trying to lead you there, but it just seems like it's thematic. That should be part of who we are and how we do our job.
Renee, this is where you smile. Okay.
He paid me. I'm just kidding. Okay, so we've got the overarching quality of life. We've got infrastructure growth, the mashup, underneath quality of life. We have economic development under quality of life. Is there anything else that needs to be singled out? We've taken engagement off the list. Education, I feel like, fits under quality of life, but not necessarily on its own. Is that
Yes.
Is that the sense? Okay. So then we're left with transit and public safety. Sometimes the community just needs to hear public safety. I don't know what this community wants to hear, and I don't know what the political winds feel like here. But is it okay for it to be absorbed under quality of life, or does it need to be singled out?
I think it's quality of life. I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what this, and then transit. You feel like it fits
I agree.
in
Yeah.
infrastructure? Is everybody okay with that?
Or we make it transit mobility, whatever you want to call it, but it's under infrastructure. Yeah.
Okay. So we've actually narrowed the list to 3 over our, like, big names, big topics. But what we need to do is figure out how and when we're going to define what quality of life is. So as we stand here today, we've mentioned that includes education, that includes neighborhoods, that includes our culture as a community. It includes public safety, if I haven't already said that one. Parks and recreation, or amenities, like what are all of those things that we need to be very specific about, so when we hand quality of life to staff, they understand, well, that's what you mean by quality of life. Does anybody have some specific thoughts on defining what that is for clarity?
So let me offer maybe an alternative option is, and I gleaned this from some of the other council members that spoke up earlier, what if quality of life is just the one theme at the top of the pyramid, right? Mm-hmm. Everything else fits under quality of life, and it has a different meaning based on the department or the issue or the investment we're making, right? Okay. And then from quality of life underneath it, we need to arrive at maybe 3 true goals that fit under this quality of life theme that we've created for the city of Fort Worth. Okay. Go ahead.
Yes, I like that. And that's, I think, exactly what I was thinking when we talked about quality of life. And so I think quality of life should be the question that is asked by every department before they make a decision. How does this impact the quality of life for our residents? And then you go down to, infrastructure, growth, economic development, but in this decision, how does it impact, what are we doing to positively impact the quality of life for our residents, and how does this play into that? And then you move down to that category.
And I would add to that just to say, I think if we had done that, and I'm going to use Leonard as another example here, we
Poor
wouldn't be
Leonard,
playing.
y'all pick on Gina, pick on Alan.
No,
Don't
and it'll
pick
make
on
sense here in a
Leonard anymore.
second. But we wouldn't be, if every decision had been looked at with the quality of life, we would be playing catch up with all the roads up north right now. We wouldn't be doing, and we don't want to leave, I don't want to leave certainly, and I've said this again, whomever's sitting in the seat after me trying to clean up messes overall that were brought. If we looked at it holistically, we looked at things in a lot of different ways. So I agree with that.
And I think
Mayor, let me tell you, just like we said in that moment a while ago, focusing on the message we're sending, I see us having a barometer that departments can use. How is this registering on our quality of life barometer?
Yeah.
And that way you're able to take the intangible and make it measurable, and it'll give departments some way to achieve in what they're striving for. I think we're in such a good spot.
And are you seeing that, Gina, by the best way to evidence that is by prioritizing dollars?
Yes.
Is that where we see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I agree.
Offer this. So you've got quality of life as a theme, and based on the list we've all talked about and what's up there, one could be, we can wordsmith this, investment in infrastructure growth and the fiscal health of the city, right? How we're making decisions in investing. The second is economic development choices and community development both, right? It's not just the fancy new corporate relocation. This is about community development as well. And then the third we've talked about is safe communities or public safety, however you want to word that, which has to be a theme throughout the entire, we don't have a community. But to me, I think you could fit a lot of the work we do into those categories. And then we just have to wordsmith that the way we want to for it to make sense to the community members.
Yeah. So if we can come to that sort of crystal clear spot on what those overarching words are, then we can start to add in the layers of what the true goals or expectations are. And then when staff brings something to you at a council meeting and says, here it is, they can, within their report, I'm not trying to create a new system here, but within their report say, and this meets your quality of life objective in these ways. So that it's a very quick and easy way to sell it, and then you, as the council person, says, hey, we all committed to quality of life, and that's what this decision is based on. You see what I'm saying? So I think that if we look at it through this lens, and I'm going to look at all of you and see if we all feel that this is an appropriate approach, that we feel like we could raise our hand and vote and say this is what we are. Obviously, we need to flesh it out. Then we can move to our next segment. So let's reiterate it. So we have quality of life. Then we have infrastructure, growth, and fiscal health. Is that what you, or
Yeah.
financial?
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay.
In other words, you can't do any of this if we're not prudent with taxpayer dollars.
Right.
So that has to be a theme, and it just seemed to fit somewhere within the infrastructure growth conversation.
Okay. And then we have economic and community development. Is that what?
What's that?
Economic and community development?
Yes. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Say economic development, and community investment. 'cause
Yeah, I like
think
that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
economic investment is.
Yep.
a-
And
a-
community investment. That's good.
That's it. I like that. That sounds really like you're
Dem-
putting it out
democratic.
there.
What word, look, well, hello. What word did we just say? That was
Responsible.
Responsible,
Yeah.
fiscally responsible
Yeah.
growth.
Responsible growth.
Yeah,
So we can put in that first
yeah.
priority, use
Fis-
the word responsible. somewhere.
Responsible growth.
Fiscally
yes.
responsible infrastructure and growth, or
Yeah.
however. Be impressive.
Be impressive.
Be impressive.
And then public safety.
You know, whether you could say public safety, you could say building safe communities, you could say maintaining safe community. Like, I want it to feel like this is not just
Police and
a,
fire.
yes, it's not just for the police department. It's not
Yeah.
just for the fire department.
Right.
This is all of us working to build safe communities in
Yeah.
Fort Worth and how that knits together.
Okay.
I agree, just to expand, it means street lights, it means
Yes.
pavement markings, it means sidewalks,
Stru-
it means all the above.
Crosswalks, I mean, everything. Code enforcement, I mean, all of it.
And beautiful parks, right, Richard?
Okay. How do we feel?
Okay, but I don't know about parks. I was just waiting to see if, I was just checking to make sure you were paying attention, Richard, that's all.
He's awake. All right, I'm going to look at the city manager.
Yeah, I want David's input.
He's just like, whatever, wake me up.
Okay, yeah.
David is super excited about how he's gonna give us that barometer on all of our IRs in the budget.
Oh, now he's going to speak up.
For us to be talking right now about quality of life and what that means for the city of Fort Worth is, to me, that's just an awesome part of the conversation. For us to be thinking about not repeating mistakes of the past, because we've got a ton of money going into North Fort Worth in the 2022 bond program that we created back in the 2000s, right? When we annexed, there's a, in your trend report, we showed you what we annexed in the year 2000 to 2009. It is the area where we're now in 2023 spending money on roads. Literally 20 years after we took it on. So the idea that we're having this conversation about not repeating those things and building it around quality of life and infrastructure and growth, to me, that's awesome. So let's keep going.
Okay. All right. So what's next? We're going to start trying to set some goals under those priorities, give some clarity, give some guidance to the staff so that they can start bringing you what you want. This is just, I just made this up, and I'm sorry again for the small print. I will do better next time. But this, I just made this one up. But basically, we've got to set that clarity so that there's no misunderstanding or miscommunication about what your real expectation is. If you want Fort Worth to have the absolute best array of animals you could possibly ever have at a zoo and bring people from all over the world to see it, that is a very different conversation than I think you should add a platypus to the environment. I did it. I did it.
Oh, was this a bet?
Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? So like, what's the goal? What is the lofty idea that you're trying to achieve? Because again, you don't know if platypuses are the next thing. I did it again. How many do I
That's
get it
$10.
every single
That's
time I say
$10.
it? That's 10. If that's the be-all, end-all, or if maybe they're out of vogue, maybe nobody cares about platypuses anymore. But what you want to be is the premier zoo in the world. Yeah. That is a goal, right? And so now you have to have staff do research and all of these things that says, you know, really it's zebras this year. Platypuses are out. It's really zebras, and we need to really invest in that. I think of it 20. I'm going to try to get to 100. And so what we're going to try to do is keep ourselves kind of elevated in that space as we do a little bit of individual work in defining, and then we'll come back together as a group to try and really piece together that you're all saying the same things. It may just be from different lenses. So if we take economic development, and let's say that the issue is corporate relocations choosing other cities over Fort Worth. You see that as an issue, right? So what is your goal? Your goal is to make Fort Worth a top choice for corporate locations. It's not to get 17 HEBs. Because is that even, what, go ahead. Oh, I mean, I guess, well, oh, shoot, wait, y'all have HEBs here, don't you? Okay, they're everywhere in my area. So you know, is it that you really want HEB corporate headquarters to move here? Good luck. Right. They're pretty rooted in San Antonio, but you know, if that is your goal, then you start to drill down to, okay, so if that's my goal, what policy decisions do I need to make or directives do I need to give as a body so that in year one, which would be next year's budget, potentially, something could be accomplished towards the 3-year goal, 5-year goal, 10-year goal. So let's say it's the first year you expect a report that identifies deficiencies and incentives or tools for corporate recruitment. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe it's a study. Maybe somebody.
We have it, actually.
Okay, good. So this falls right into
I don't know where
something
Stearns
we
went,
have.
but yeah.
And your expectation by year 3 is that you will have implemented a comprehensive set of those incentives and tools with appropriate policies and an evaluation system. So that's the direction you're giving. It's not, I want you to, you know, get this far down in the weeds and tell them how the sausage is made. Really, it's setting the strategic course, if that makes sense. So we'll just do another example. So quality of life. Boy, I picked 2 that made the list. Yay. The issue is underutilization of city facilities. The goal is to maximize the availability of city recreation facilities in all districts. They're addressing disparities in our directive, or perceived disparities. Year 1 would be to extend operating hours in priority facilities. That implies that there's some prioritization process that says these 3 facilities are the top of our list because we feel like that would make the biggest impact today. But by year 3, we expect through budgeting or partnerships or whatever to be developed to be able to extend operating hours in all of our facilities. So being the end-all goal is to open those doors, basically, in a way that they aren't currently. So then what happens is that leads to staff action. So staff action goes from the quality of life, maximize use of city facilities in all districts. So staff identifies the resource needs, works with council to prioritize facilities, and includes funding for your approval in the 24 budget. Then in 25, they evaluate the progress, report to council with results, updated plans, and include funding in the FY25 budget. So that by, wait, that would be 20, maybe my numbers are off. No, it's 25. So then by 26, they're evaluating the progress, reporting to council with results, updated plans, and including funding in the FY26 budget for everything to be open and to be able to sustain it for whatever period or duration of time was determined to be appropriate. So you can see this gets a bit more down in the weeds. This gets more task-oriented than what your directive or your priority would look like in these previous slides. So let's just take this. So if you have your strategic priority, which is council's directive, economic development is a priority. They say one of my goals is to make Fort Worth a top choice for corporate relocations. Staff is the next 2 bullets. Staff comes back with you with a report on what the deficiencies, what the tools are, which you say you already have, for corporate recruitment, and then they go about taking the steps to implement that set of incentives or tools. And then just made this one up, increase economic development efforts. You think there should be more? Okay, great. And you told staff that. Well, then staff goes and says, what are the top business sectors to focus on recruitment efforts? I've heard from some people, hospitals. You paying attention? Just kidding, hospitals. Just messing with you. To focus on recruitment efforts. Then identify opportunities for business development in underserved areas. Create marketing strategy to sell the value of Fort Worth. So again, These are action steps underneath what the overarching expectation or goal is, if that starts to kind of clarify where we're headed. So we're really focused on big I and big A and big B. We're at that level today. Whoops. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to take a moment. I will go back to these just so that you can see them. And so I want you to individually just take some time. I'll explain to you what we're going to do, and then I'll give you some time, and then we'll come back as a group and kind of discuss what you've thought of. But so let's take either quality of life or economic development or community investment, infrastructure, one of those three that we just identified, or four, and give me what the issue is that is plaguing your mind right now, what your goal would be at this very highest level, and then if you could wave your magic wand and have something identified as a goal for year one or a result for year one and for year three. Does that make sense where we're going? So I want us to exercise through these so we can maybe come to a list that we can hand off to staff at the end of today on these big topics that we've just identified. So any questions before I just turn you loose for a minute?
Give us the instructions on the...
Okay, so you're going to take either quality of life, economic development or community investment, infrastructure, responsible growth, and financial health, something, or public safety. There you go. Or public safety, or safe, community safety. Yeah, let me finish this instruction and I'll come right back to you. And you're gonna identify in your district from your perspective what is an issue that you would like to affect change on. You're gonna think what's the overarching goal, what is the change I want to see? And then what are your expectations, not for tasks, but for goal what are those called? Goalposts, like for year one and for year three. What do you think should be accomplished toward that ultimate goal, but not down to the task level? Yes, ma'am.
You answered it. It's district specific. And
Yeah.
so.
Yes,
okay.
we want to hear from your perspective.
Okay.
Because these are overarching, but you should all see your district represented within them. And your district's represented within the expectations and goals that are set within them. All right, I'm going to give you, let's take 15 minutes. Unless you've got ideas on all of them. 1 or 2, 3 or 4, whatever's on your mind. Set my alarm. You're seriously. You want that part? You're good. I'm good. Thank you. I tried. I tried to throw something together really quickly that sort of encapsulated. Okay. So I attempted, I know the wordsmithing still needs to happen, but I attempted to give us that structure that we talked about to refer back to. But did anybody have something great, wonderful, thoughtful that they want to share with the group on any of these topics? Any kind of clarity, direction? We can, yeah, please.
And this is where I name my issue.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Putting the best nuts in town. The issue falls up under the ED and community investment helm. Amenities such as table service restaurants, I can't read my writing, are absent from East Fort Worth, east of Loop 820. Dollars are going to Arlington. In English, what that means is we don't have any table service restaurants on the east side. Low income and high income areas. It has nothing to do with income. So that's the issue. And the goal that I want to see is provide table service restaurant dining options to people on the east side of Fort Worth.
Mm-hmm. It's business development, but it also relates to the quality of life of the people who live over there. Okay. Now, where did you go with year 1, year 3 goals?
I didn't go that far.
You didn't get
I ran
that far.
out of ink.
Okay. So I will say absolutely. So you have noted a deficiency. You have said what your expectation is to get there, and that's where when you hand it off, you say, okay, what is it business incubation? Is that even what does that look like? Which is not necessarily something that you would itemize, but you would expect that gap get filled, right? So we're still at this high level. I would say table service restaurants is pretty specific, right, versus like food options or food desert, that kind of thinking. But it definitely points to a quality of life deficiency that a plan could be created to move toward.
Well, see, it really is one of the 3 stated goals of District 5, and we've accomplished one, another is on the way, but the table service restaurant is fleeting.
Right.
Because everything else is fast food, and we have food trucks, but table service restaurant, that remains a priority.
Yeah. You brought up an interesting point, and where you said that your district has specific goals. Mm-hmm. And do you see those specific goals that you can translate to your constituents as how they fit underneath this and why they are important to this overarching goal or overarching priority for Fort Worth as a whole?
I can, and without knowing, we were already in a fact-finding mode, if you will, for the signature grocery store. But yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
Yeah. Again, these aren't meant to usurp the work that you've already done, but I'm hoping that from this conversation we start to see ourselves
It'll help us get more attention to staff and from staff on how to get there, as opposed to going to every conference we see, hoping somebody will ask us to dance.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So I want to go quickly because you're already starting to steal some of my thunder. So, one, I'm very thankful we actually did get a HEB coming in the north of the city, and I think that's a great addition to Fort Worth. But the reality is, throughout the time I've been here and I've been talking with my constituents south of Loop 820, from downtown all the way out to Woodhaven and 820, one of the things that the neighborhood throughout that area that has been consistently noted is it's basically a food desert. There is no quality grocery store. And so, my goal was, largely to eliminate food deserts within the district and then potentially throughout the city. The 1-year goal would be creating an incentive package and a concerted effort to attract. The 3-year goal would be eliminating one or more and continuing through that, eliminating one or more of these food deserts and continuing through the city.
2 food-related items. Commonality here. Yeah. Yeah, oh, well, there you go, yeah. Who else? Give me some other, yeah, Elizabeth.
No.
Or, I'm sorry.
So for, under the infrastructure and growth, I've got, the issue is stormwater management. The goal would be to prevent flooding due to rain events to our businesses and our residents. And I didn't go to 3 years, I went to 1 year. So 1 year would be to identify a solution and a potential funding source.
Yeah.
And then I did for community investment, economic development. The issue would be lack of large-scale Class A office space for relocation. So the goal would be to provide an environment that incentivizes both the construction and the leasing or relocation of those corporate headquarters. And then the 1 year goal would be that we had a project on the books ready to go, or, you know, in the works.
Right. So when you, by saying that you wanted to figure out how to incentivize those types of projects, that gives staff the direction to say, okay, we need to look at boom, 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 without your saying, okay, I want you to offer this, and this. So those were good economic development, high level, direct and clear expectations. Now, whether or not they can have something under construction in a year, that might be a little lofty, but it at least says, you know, this is, I want to see this short term. I want it to happen soon.
We can do 1.5 years, that's fine.
Well, and some of them, you all know this, some of them are related to budgetary issues or bond issuances or whatever. I mean, there are all these moving parts that's where staff has to come in and say, we have capacity here, or we can move this here, or who knew we were going to get all this ARPA money, or, you know, whatever, that fast tracks a lot of stuff. But being ready and having the plans in place allows you to capitalize and move forward sometimes more expeditiously than you thought. So, yeah, Mayor.
Okay, I'll do 3 really quickly. The first is around community safety, and the issue is specifically to combat youth violence. We've seen as an uptick, not just in Fort Worth, but across the country. In year 1, this will obviously be staff-led, as you said earlier, but maybe identify 2 pilot neighborhoods that include community rec centers that need an infusion of partnership and resources, and we would do that in partnership with United Way through the investment we've made in the 1 Second Collaborative. The second has to do with investments in mobility, public transportation, and community development. And this is really, and we're on the right track right now in partnership with Trinity Metro. But what does public transit for the future look like in Fort Worth? And I think in year 1, we're already doing this. So just a continued investment and focus on the East Lancaster corridor for transit-oriented development, because I think it also fits with this economic development, community development piece. If you just really focus staff and resources on that corridor, and the third would be around. The issue is adequate resources investment in public open space, parks, and all neighborhoods, et cetera. In other words, giving Richard Zavala more money, which I'm sure he would love.
He just woke up.
Right, exactly. Now he's awake. Now he wants to go back to parks.
He's ready.
But in order to do that is in year 1, we need to identify and create a citywide plan that focuses on private, philanthropic, and public resources around a community plan to conserve and cultivate our open space parkland in the Trinity River. And just hint to staff, we're going to do that. So that's happening. And I think that that's something that we can all kind of get behind, and it impacts all neighborhoods.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
My Mayor actually touched on a couple of things in mine, but I focused on infrastructure and how it ties into economic development and quality of life. Trying to prioritize those, projects based upon these partnerships that we mentioned earlier. Year 1, and I'll just use, those 3 years that you had there, but this is going to be in a longer timeline, most likely because of the cost. Start with the easy stuff. Update our transit-oriented, development policy. We have it in place. Eric, I know his ears are perking up because we've talked about that recently. So I think it's timely that we start enacting that. And year 2, when I say enact, I think we need to be a little more proactive and look at our respective council districts and see, perhaps through rezoning, how we can get that plan implemented. Year 3, identify public and private and even federal, opportunities to develop these partnerships. Future years, again, what will the result? Improved quality of life, less vehicles on the road, job connectivity, less costs of vehicle ownership, right? Because that's a great thing about, rail, like the Tex rail, because you avoid all those maintenance costs, insurance costs, especially if you're starting out in your job career. It's hard enough to afford a house, much less, buy a vehicle and maintain a vehicle.
Right.
I'll go next, I guess. Mine is centered around economic development, but in a guise, we keep talking about, as we have, attracting large businesses to Fort Worth. And I've been pretty open about this. We have to have that same focus on our small businesses that are here trying to get open and exist. So that centers around a lot of different places. One of the things I want us as a city, staff, et cetera, and I think we're getting there, we're not there yet, to internalize that everything we do, every time we put a process in place that makes it harder to get those businesses open, it means someone isn't getting food on their table, or it's costing them money, or whatever that is. But also then I want us to externalize it. And so, year one goal, there is something on the table, and this fits into the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Committee, some of the stuff we're doing with Techstars, et cetera, an entrepreneurial center that really is maybe backed by the city, but not run by the city. So we get out of our way a little bit and let other entities help do that. So that'd be kind of a year one goal. Let's put that together. I think there's some props already on the table that we could do that. And then really it's about a longer term goal, helping us do better by that community so those businesses can get open and move forward more quickly.
Yeah. That speaks to that kind of thing that's hiding in the background, engagement.
Right.
Engaging the
Well, it gets
other
to
audiences.
Mayor Pro Tem Bivens' part that there are no restaurants on her side
Yeah.
of town. How much of that is because they don't know where to go, what to look, or how to open, or get the resources?
And what's the
because-
root cause?
Right,
Like,
right.
why? Why are they making different choices?
Right, for sure.
Okay. Go for
Yeah,
it.
so my thought, or the issue, is the continued growth on the north side of District 7 with large housing communities. And the issue is just having the infrastructure to support that growth, mostly in arterial roads. So what I would like as a goal is to take advantage of an idea that the private sector brought to me, an engineering company we all work with, to create a PID to provide a solution, a developer-driven solution to expedite the construction of the necessary roads. And I think the goal in year one is to formalize that, and they need our help because everyone's busy on both sides. But I think we got to purposefully get everyone together to design what this could be, leading to the 3-year or longer term growth or goal, which would be to maybe hopefully apply that model to other areas of the city as we continue to grow, because we're going to deal with the same issues.
So you actually kind of hit on what I was churning in my mind as you were saying it is, so, I asked you all to look specifically at your district to think of those specific issues, and of course the mayor at large, but now you just went to the next level, which is the next level, which is, okay, I know that this PID is important in my district, but is there a policy decision that could be made citywide related to, or whatever the appropriate mechanism is, that would impact in a positive way the entirety of the city as well as my district? So some of those kind of bigger picture, let's plug ourselves into the whole as much as we can when we're making decisions, is going to be very fruitful, because if you're experiencing it in your district, chances are someone else is experiencing it in theirs or will experience it in theirs. So that was a great segue to that point. Yeah. Anybody else? I think we've been around the room. I'm going to catch you up here in just a second. City manager, talk to me about what you're hearing, what you're thinking, what you think for next steps. Do you?
So none of these are new issues. See, that's good news. That's a good piece.
Do you want one?
Oh,
Huh?
gosh.
Do you want one?
No.
Careful what you ask for.
So I'm trying to think of next steps. So part of the vision thing is to get all these on the table, right? To get all these ideas on the table, for us then to frame it just like we've agreed to here, and then we would bring back different action plans. And I'll just use, let's go to the last one that was on the table, which is Councilmember Firestone, and that is what he is describing is taking a PID, capital PID in this case, that we've applied in other parts of the city, and I would argue in some ways successfully, right? There's one in Walsh Ranch and there's one off of the Chisholm Trail Parkway. And he working with, well, we'll just call them out, Peloton and Travis Clegg, have said, if I could get other developers to agree to go in together, would the city expand its capital PID policy to cover multiple developers? And the answer should be, I think we should do that. Yes, it would require changing the policy and all that. But if we could get developers to coordinate, that actually benefits the city, right, in the long run, and when you're talking about capital infrastructure and development. So I'm just using that as an example. And in that case, if Travis and Peloton can create that collaboration, it should be easy on our part then to change the policy to cause that to happen. And the city will benefit and the developer will benefit from that action. So I'm just saying we could take the same thing when we talk about stormwater. That's going to be an issue in the upcoming budget, I'm pretty sure. We're already working on the United Way and the youth violence there. But we could bring other strategies that get at some of the same issues that got put on the table. So
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
very comfortable with the conversation.
You're, so the next step or the next question is, so you're the central point. Your office is where this is going, I need this, whatever. I want this in the budget, I need this, I need whatever. So you're the one who is receiving all of the information and figuring out that you're hearing common themes. Because they may or may not be, you may, as members, may or may not be talking to each other about these specific issues. And so it is on the city manager to have a system in place whereby he solicits this type of high-level goal-setting input so that he has what he needs to propose a budget that meets those needs, but also come back to you and say, there are 6 different districts that all have this drainage issue, and what we need to do is now focus on a new policy related to drainage, if that makes sense. So from here, this was an exercise to get you thinking about the types of information or the types of higher level goal setting that is going to be really beneficial as you move forward with your new strategic priorities. But now a system needs to be put in place whereby you're getting the input that you need when you need it, because I know you have a budget that is, it's always around the corner. Budget never stops, I think, in city government. But yeah, so I think that walking away from here today, I feel for sure have this. I feel like this body would raise their hand and vote, yes, this is where we're headed. These are our official strategic priorities. The goals are going to take a little bit more time and a little more effort because there has to be the process where you sit down, you think through it, you submit whatever it is, you commingle them. We heard some commonalities around the table, so it may be that there is a common theme, and that can be addressed in one specific way through the budget that meets all of your needs. But if we're doing it in isolation, we're doing it in a vacuum in our own district, we're not maximizing the potential for real change, that 10x change kind of thinking for Fort Worth itself. And we're also doing pieces and parts which creates and enforces and reinforces inequities. Because you may have a vocal person over here, but not over here, and so whatever this thing is festers because it hasn't been fed through the overarching system. So walking away from here today, I would advise that the city manager decides, or mayor, or however y'all do it here, decides in what fashion we want to see your ideas or your specific top 3 or whatever they are under these, and in a time frame that effect could happen potentially within the next budget year, right? So does that sound
Doable? Yes.
yeah, okay?
And I think what we could bring back to the council in pretty quick time is a process for doing that.
Yeah.
Because we just scratched the surface right here, right, with just taking 15 minutes.
Right.
That's how much time we've taken to do that. So we could break this down into, for this week, we're going to focus on economic development, community investment. Then we can focus on community safety. So there's a structure we could put to that and get some feedback in pretty short time frame.
Right.
And David, I want to add some accountability component in it. And this goes back to when both of you started talking to us about, we are the ones who set the vision. You know, that's how you get the policy. There has to be some level of accountability that will fall up under your in the weeds category. But for example, we've got several regional entities where we could not have a conflict in policies. Now, we've got one that's voluntary. I consider the North Texas Commission voluntary. If we agree, we don't agree. But we had a point in time where there was a variance away from the Council of Governments, and that cannot be. And so there has to be adherence to the vision coming from us, and staff not going roughshod off, going rogue with good ideas. But that's important to me, that we have everything in place so that when we set the vision, staff knows to carry that out. And if there are ways that they need to amend it, that's fine, but don't just go off the rails. And so I expect you to incorporate that.
And once you set the vision, you set the priorities, you set the goals, you now have said, I expect there to be accountability in this, and I expect there to be reporting in this in some way. Because you can say it all day long, but if nothing ever comes back to you, it's very easy to assume that nothing's going on. And so what does that structure look like that is most comfortable to you all? And whether it's, we do a quarterly update, we do a whatever, we put in our agenda items that this affects quality of life in these ways. Like, what are those things that you can incorporate in the current systems that aren't, disruptive, but can give you the assurance that you need, that your vision was understood and that staff is moving forward with that vision.
And just one more, this body has to make sure we're not just throwing ideas out there because something drops, from heaven to us. And because that can, I'll just say, clog up the system, if you will. We have to be more responsible in what we put out there for staff. And, I'll be working on that so that I'm not just throwing out every friggin' idea that comes out of my head. But, sometimes, I'll put out about 4 or 5 requests for future agenda items. They all cannot be priorities. And so we have to be more self-governing in what we hand out. And so that's something that I hope we can all agree on, whether formally or informally.
And you all have the power in, after this discussion today, deciding whether or not you think that this process is fruitful, that you think that the system that the city manager proposes for you to, submit your goals or your strategic requests, how do you build that in that says, we as a body have voted, and this is now part of our protocol, this is part of our governing standards, this is part of whatever, that this is how the system works. Because again, if we go back to where we started, you have the authority and the ability and the responsibility to build the system so that it exists even when you're no longer in office. And so that is the power in this. And so if you find that this is a fruitful process and you think that every year we should look at those again, and every year we should review the process to see if it's working or not working, and we're all going to raise our hands and affirm it every year, whatever body is in place. That is the authority and the power that you have. But it's also a transparency element. It's a way to tell the body, the staff, the public, that's why. We all raised our hands. We all worked on it, and we all raised our hands, and this is where we are. So I'm just going to catch you up just for a second because I'm going to ask the group one more time about this before we kind of start wrapping up. But we took I'll show you. Uh-oh, I turned it off. These were the strategic priorities as the group identified, and so that's in order of the number of votes. So this group looked at that list and decided what they felt were common that didn't necessarily need to be singled out and what fit together. And what we came to was that overall, the city of Fort Worth is focused on quality of life and all the things that fall within that. But specifically, they called out economic development and community investment, community safety, and infrastructure, responsible growth, and financial responsibility. So those are the top tier. That is what the group feels like are the strategic priorities that they can say, this is what it's all based on, so that we can start moving forward and setting some more specific goals. Okay. I'm trying to stay after class. I'm just kidding. Okay, so with the group, do we all feel, obviously maybe in a little wordsmithing, but we all still feel confident and we feel good about where this is going? Okay, and now for the city manager, I think, does council feel that you would like there to be a process by which you submit goals and ideas for 10X change or just change of whatever sort, policy direction? So you want to say we expect him to come back with some sort of vehicle? Yes. That feels good. Okay. And city manager, you're good with that? No concerns. Okay. So is there anything that you want to, I know they were all provided some statistics, some information. I don't know where you are in the budget process, but are there any words of, not necessarily wisdom, but direction as they're going through this process to kind of try to feed in, are there specific things that y'all are tracking toward next year's budget or timelines or anything you want to insert? We have all the data if you want to call anything.
Oh, no. I think, one of the purposes of the trends data is to talking about cause and effect, right? So the reason that we've either done certain things or we choose to do certain things is to cause something to happen in a way we want it to occur, right? So I'll just use a couple examples. So we showed in one of those slides the property that we've annexed over the number of decades, right? You can overlay that with where we have infrastructure problems, right? So there's a cause and an effect. And what we're trying to do is be more intentional about our decision-making so we don't create future problems by our decision-making processes and that we deal with those. Some of these, though, are long-term trends, right, that we want people to be aware of that we still need to impact. And I think education is one of those, that we still need to impact education now and in the next generation, because that's a future workforce. And it, just like we talked about, it is economic development and it is quality of life. So I think part of that is just being mindful and thoughtful about cause and effect of decisions that we make, both good and bad. As for a process, I think we could bring back how we will introduce getting at goals and impact in the budget, both 1, 2, and 3. I mean, I think we're comfortable with being able to identify some of those, and then tease out what I think would be what we're really looking for are those hot buttons that we do want to address in the near term, and then getting other issues on the radar. And let's go back to small businesses, right? So I think we could identify, if small business is a focus, what some strategies are in year 1, right? And I'm just going to pick on, so instead of sending somebody that wants to open a restaurant to 4 different locations in the city to get 4 different approvals, that maybe we just have 1, right? Wouldn't that be
That's
awesome
10X.
right there?
That's 10X thinking.
Right?
Revolutionary.
Right? That's revolutionary. I think we could do that, right? Or even better, that maybe the potential restaurateur that walks in the door, somebody actually adopts that person and helps them walk through the process so they can open a restaurant. So yes, so I do think what we want to get, though, are those other strategies that we didn't have time today to get on the table, right? So we need a process to go through all the, what I'd say, those 3 sub-areas where people can identify specific goals, and then we can come back with some more of the detailed action steps on there. Because I do think we've just spent, less than a day and 15 minutes, and that we just need to be a little more deliberate and thoughtful so that we can tease out those 3 areas with more goals and ideas. Yeah.
Okay, so just as a matter of process, do we want for this to come back to council for some sort of an adoption official process?
Yes.
Okay, so there's some clear direction there. And then again, the exercises we went through were really to try to help you get up at that governance level and stay at that governance level. And so when whatever this process is that comes out, I hope that sort of exercise that we went through will help you with not getting sort of down in the nitty-gritty, but trying to stay at the how do I affect real and lasting and long-term change versus just fixing this one issue that's plaguing me right now. So I am going to stop there and ask Ron, do you have any last reflections? We're ahead of schedule. Yeah, we can do bonus rounds. Speed.
I think the biggest thing is that I want you to, and I'm going to kind of revert back to some of my comments this morning, that I want you to really absorb and own, is that when you're in the middle of any given situation, it can feel really intense because it's your situation. We look at stuff from the perspective of the wide array of city councils we work with all across the nation. I'm sorry. I'll start again. Thank you so much. The one thing I really want to leave you with and want you to kind of own is that anytime we're in the middle, just part of our humanity, in the middle of our situation, it feels far more intense than when we look at somebody else's situation. So what happens on the council, sometimes your frustration is the dissonance between what is and what you see the ideal to be. We look at it from the perspective of working with literally hundreds of city councils all across the nation. And when we look at it in that context, yeah, y'all have got some bumps and all of that sort of stuff, but I'm telling you, this is a way better council than the average bear and a way better governance environment. And the things it is actually a sign of health that you feel pain over some of the things that we look at and go, aren't that big a deal? Because the sense of the pain that you feel is driven by, I really want it to be better. It's discomfort that causes all progress. Does that make sense? So I don't want you to make believe the bumps and bruises aren't there, because they are and they're real. And the only way you get better is by acknowledging they exist. But I also want you to know that from our perspective, and we've had this conversation privately, when we look at how you're operating compared to a whole bunch of folks we work with, this is a really good council, a really good environment. You have a really solid staff. We think even with your differences you see on things, when we see how you interact with each other and treat each other, don't take that for granted. You've got to, it doesn't mean you can't get better. You always can get better, and you always want to hunger to get better. but don't take it for granted. Because I promise you, with a lot of the councils we've worked with, this feels good. I mean, it comes across so clear that this council, even on stuff you may deeply disagree with, your passion is for the city and the future and doing the right thing for your community. And that is not the case everywhere. So I just, my closing thoughts I want to leave you with is don't take that for granted. Don't rest on your laurels. Keep leaning into the pain spots and go, we got to get better. But don't take for granted how good you've really got it. Use that as the foundation to build to become even better instead of letting it cause you take your eye off the ball and focus on the pain spots. Does that make sense? Any questions on any of that before I give it back over to Hillary to wrap? All righty.
Thank you, Ron.
All right. So, top takeaways. Mayor Pro Tem, what's your top takeaway from today?
As I stated earlier, I think we are in a very good space, and just the way you guys were able to guide us to certain points that had been sticking points for us in the past. So I don't have anything specific except to just say this is the best retreat I've been to. And the idea that we can have these aha moments, and I know you saw them around the table, is a sign of progress and unity. And I'm just very pleased with the outcome.
Good. Alan?
So I would strongly echo Mayor Pro Tem's comments. I was impressed with the level of unity we actually saw around the table as we explored these themes and opportunities and challenges. And I think there's a lot of good things to come.
Michael?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just say thanks for spending the time. I told David during the break, love these kind of sessions. Takeaways here is I'm glad we were sort of able to rally around some themes here to, I know, give direction to staff and other things, because I think we all come at issues or problems from different, as we should. It's our district and we're looking at problems different ways, but I'm glad we have some sort of structure here. And what I'll say too is I'm thankful, and I'll take a page from what Ron talked about earlier, thankful for my colleagues around the table that sat here today and prioritized this and made sure that they were here sitting at the table, everybody that was, because this was probably the best thing we've done in 2 years since I've been sitting on this council. And I think we've got a good roadmap there. Thank you.
Carlos?
I just can echo what has been said already. Appreciate everybody's perspectives. It's really helpful, to take that in, because during a given council meeting, we're so focused on the issue at hand that we don't step back, I think, enough and consider what is the bigger picture, right? So for me, one of my top takeaways was the integration of priorities, as we discussed, right? It took me a while to kind of wrestle with it in my head, but I think it makes it easier to compartmentalize how it impacts individual departments, and that might help those individual departments too, when we start talking about our strategic goals. That way we keep moving forward in progress. We're not just moving one proverbial needle, but we're moving multiple ones, for the sake of our city and residents.
Yeah. Elizabeth?
So one, I really appreciate that we have come out of this with what feels like a cohesive vision for all of us. We don't always get there, so it's nice that we got there today. We counted to more than 5, so that was nice.
That's true.
But I think that this is such a great lens to give staff to help them start evaluating what they bring to us and what they present to us. And I think that I'm really excited about how that communication flow is going to take place now that we have given them this. Because I think for the past year and a half, they've been just trying to figure out the new 5 or 6 or, and so now they know what to ask before they come to us. And that is, how does this impact our quality of life?
And you know how to frame it when you give it to them and say, this quality of life is the reason that I'm bringing this to you.
Right.
Leonard?
Thank you. Thank you all for today. Couple takeaways. One, I guess it's okay to look stupid. Is that?
Yes.
That's all right? Super. That's a great one. You know, and the other one would be, seriously, I love this, I guess it was a comment that we heard, which was organizations become what they talk about. And I think it's interesting that that was up front and we arrived at this quality of life conclusion about what we're going to talk about, what we're going to work towards. And I just thought that was very impactful and a good takeaway.
I know you weren't here for much of it. I'll catch you up after,
No,
but
no,
please.
I caught up very quickly. Thank you. One, I want to say, you know,
No, she's giving him trouble.
first of all, thank you for you and Ron for the process that y'all developed. I really appreciated the conversations that we had and to see where we landed with the priorities and the process for, you know, as a council, how we provide feedback through the budget process. I really appreciate, you know, that and where we landed. I also really appreciate the grace that y'all shared with us today. You know, after us having to attend Amber Carr's funeral, the sister of Tatiana Jefferson. So.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I appreciate y'all creating multiple points for us to give input in this process, and I'm really proud of where we as a council and city landed.
And Chris, I know you weren't here for much of it, but do you have any parting thoughts about today or the process leading up to today?
No, I either agree with everything or disagree with everything, so I agree with everything.
Perfect. I will say, before I turn it over to the mayor to wrap it up, I will say that I hope that you all took that step back and recognized the cooperation that was in this room today. You were all saying the same things in different ways, and so bringing it to you in the way that we did, I think produced really fruitful results, and you were all respectful, and you all listened to each other's opinions, and we arrived very easily and ahead of schedule at what I think is going to be a very clear and very powerful statement moving forward for this organization. So y'all have been great. You were all wonderful in the interviews. You were candid with me and gave me everything that I needed to come here today, and your participation and willingness to serve just in general and willingness to participate in this process, I hope is going to be fruitful for you moving forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor to give her remarks and then I guess adjourn the meeting.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much to Hillary and to Ron for facilitating such a productive day. I really enjoyed it very much, so thank you. And to the city staff again, thank you for feeding us so well. Shockingly, we weren't comatose this afternoon. The food was awesome, so thank you very much. Yeah. Just a few parting thoughts. The first is I might offer an idea that maybe we reconvene as kind of an update to this after the May election in May or June, because we know we'll have at least one new person in District 7 to make sure that we keep them on pace for what we're doing, because and the two new, yes, you're right, good point. So, and we're adding 2 new members. So because of that, we want to make sure we've got the same momentum with this group of ideas. The second is along those same lines. This seems to be, I hope that you all feel like this is our role in the budget process, right? We've identified these themes to help with city departments as they work on decision packages and priorities for the budget with city management, that we've kind of given some themes here, and we can work alongside with whatever process David and his team come back with on how we want to really influence budget decisions. And then I also feel so encouraged by that we stayed visionary today and high-level priorities for the city of Fort Worth, that I hope that all Fort Worth residents could feel like they're part of these themes. This is not about one district or one part of the city. This is a real concentration on what the kind of Fort Worth we want to be, which I think is incredibly important, and bringing people together and how we get things done. So thank y'all very much for making that possible. Any other discussion around the table before we close the meeting from David or anybody?
I do want to say something. I didn't get a chance to properly say thank you. She was very great in the interviews. I think I was talking to her while I was driving, and she was like, oh, "Okay, just be safe." But it was a great talk, and so I laid out a lot. Okay. And so thank you for the process, and thank you, Mayor, for lending us the opportunity to move and do things throughout the city. And so I'm excited for this new fiscal year, this budget year. Excited that David is here to help us navigate through this process. So I'm just here to work and do the work of the community. So again, thank you guys for the opportunity.
Great. Any other discussion from council? David, you're good? Okay, perfect. I think meeting is adjourned and Hillary wants a picture.
Well, I was going, oh, Renee wants to.
Oh, yeah.
We're missing Gina.
We'll wait for her to come back in. Okay, perfect. Meeting adjourned. We'll take a picture.
Okay.
Good. Okay.